Lyon County Board of County Commissioners special meeting on Monday, August 3rd, 2026 at 9:00 a.m. The special meeting is for the data center ordinance workshop. The Board of County Commissioners special meeting. All or some Board of Commissioners, all or some Board of Commission members may elect to call into this meeting. The public can access this meeting at the above address. Roll call. All commissioners are present and in chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Hendricks, will you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
This brings us to public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. If we have a lot of public participation, what we're going to do is line up on the east side, sign in at the desk, and then step forward to the podium. The board will conduct public comment after discussion on each agenda item before the board takes any action. And please refrain from clapping, yelling, booing, all those types of things, because we want to hear what everybody has to say on both sides, whether you're for or against a part of the ordinance or not. So please be professional. We want to hear from everybody. So this public participation for the first one, is there any public participation? Again, if there's going to be more than one, please start over there on the east side. We'll have public participation on the workshop itself, so.
I'm glad to see that you finally took heed of making sure that this meeting adheres to the Ethics Commission and open meeting law, but you having people stand in front of the doorway and in front of that hallway waiting to speak is a violation of the open meeting law and the fire code.
Good morning. I'd like to go on the record. I'm Leo Solari of Yerington. I'm asking that you deny the PLZ 2026041 or continue it until the entire operating campus is proven to be on public record. This is not simply just an 8 building. It is a 1,000 megawatt data center, a 500 megawatt battery system, a possible 500 megawatt gas plant, high voltage infrastructure, a gas lateral, private wells, on-site wastewater, industrial traffic, and the land is currently zoned for rural residential. The public record is not ready for final entitlement. County staff says the applicant estimates the water to be below 800 acre feet this year. The applicant's narrative says 100. The battery technology and detailed emergency plan are not final. The gas technology and pipeline and state permits come later. The power cost promise is not supported by an executive public agreement showing minimum payments, cancellation, security, and protection from these stranded costs. The jobs and the 2.5 million tax claims are estimates, while the final development agreement that is supposed to guarantee the economic commitments has not been presented for meaningful public review. Before change, the applicant has also announced ownership transition from Carlisle to ETQ. Every obligation must bind the next owner, every tenant, every lender, every successor. The applicant also announces ownership transitions from Carlisle. I'm going to read that part. Before changing from 505 acres from rural residential to industrial power and data campus requires 1 enforceable water caps, complete gas and air plans and final BESS and fire agreement. Executed utility cost preparations. Independently verified tax and job calculations. Road money should be put into an escrow, and cleanup money and decommissioning bonds should be annual public reporting, clawback level. And those documents do not exist. If those documents do not exist today, the lawful and responsible answer is to not approve and then to study it later. It is to deny or continue. Lyon County residents should not be forced to finance service or live with the promises that were made and not enforceable. Thank you.
And please take a seat. There will be no standing room on the outside perimeters.
Good morning. My name is Rhonda Moore, and I have been a longtime resident. I've been here 30 years in Silver Springs. I'm here today because these data centers affect all of us, not just Durrington. I was looking over the overall assessment for your data center ordinance, and it is wholly inaccurate. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There is a lot of stuff that a data center does that affects everyone in the county. The electrical usage. NV Energy has recently had to cancel a contract where it sold energy to California because of these data centers. The expansion of the data centers in Story County. Story County is floating the idea of putting in a small nuclear plant to have the power for these data centers that are in the Parkway. And the part where it says recommended noise standard, that's not enough. After the construction of these data centers, they go down to the minimum 10-person limit. This is a net zero for Lyon County. Once the building is done, they just keep the minimum people to get the tax breaks. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I've done any public speaking. The on-site power systems that they're putting in are just under the limit for EPA to oversee them. And they cause a great problem with noise pollution. There's been reports of the farms nearby, cows no longer giving milk or calves being stillborn from the frequency of the low frequency noise band vibration. And the public in general shouldn't be charged for the extra.
Time is up. Thank you. Next.
Like to sign here too. My name is Lynn Ballator. I'm from Dayton. I sent you some information on things that are coming up in the news about data centers. When I finally read the ordinance, and it says a lot of nice things, but it looks like you're expecting the data centers to play nice, and we know that they don't. So my main issue is basically keeping track of them after things are built. Are they really following the rules that you've got in this ordinance? Sorry. As we've seen in Georgia, there was a data center down there. In 6 months, they stole 30 million gallons of water, and they didn't know it until the water was gone in the area. There are also the MV Energy. There was just a thing in the paper this week where they are suing, and it's the tract data center guys, because they used arbitration. They're using arbitration to get around the regulations and ordinances in the different areas. And that's what I think you need to be aware of, and that we need strong laws. We need inspectors, and they can pay in their fees, I think should pay for the inspectors for these different areas. So we know they're not taking extra water they're not supposed to, that we know that the noise levels haven't gone over what they were when you first set it up. When we know that they're not going out there, the lawsuit with MV Energy, they went in arbitration with just some people, and arbitration is so much on the corporate side. Now those people are paying more for their power because of this arbitration rule. And it goes totally around the regulations. So that's my main thing. We need independent inspectors and penalties so that they don't break the rules. Also, I keep hearing about these closed loop water systems, and I see that most of them will not have closed loop water systems until 2030. So I don't know if the ones that are going in, if you're insisting that they have that or not. I see that some can have wells. How do we control what they're taking out of wells? And they are using, we don't have fracking here, but they're using fracking technology, going to the side and getting water over there. How do we know that they're not tapping into a water source they're not supposed to be tapping into? It's just, how do we keep track of these guys afterwards so that they aren't ruining our environment strictly by breaking the ordinance that you guys have put together, which I think is a great ordinance, except that it doesn't really have the teeth that it needs to keep them honest. So I urge you to try to change.
Thank you.
That. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning. I'm Patricia Swain from Wellington. I appreciate that this ordinance is in the draft form, and I'm glad you're doing an ordinance. I think it's a bit too lenient, however. In the table, which I matched with the Title 15, that it's called Employment and Industrial Zoning Districts. Farmland is a permitted use, row crops are permitted use in LI-R, which is light industrial rural, and HIR, which is heavy industrial rural. And those are both zones that the ordinance is proposing allow data centers with a conditional use permit. I think that ag land is precious. We need to preserve it. We can't eat data. We can't feed it to livestock. With so much current geopolitical uncertainty, it's important to maintain American farmland. Also, other issues are the ordinance mentions that it could be approved as a CUP or PUD. The PUD, as we've seen with solar operations, allows an awful lot of negotiation and setback change, and we need and also the CUP offers an opportunity for review, because you can complain every 5 years and they can do something about it. I don't know about that for a PUD. Also regarding electricity demand, in case of limited capacity, like a blackout or a brownout, the seniority customers should not take a hit. And there's also no mention of waste heat or its mitigation. Regarding public utility water supply, a will serve letter is great, but if there are cutbacks, it shouldn't penalize existing customers. We need public protection. This ordinance has to have some teeth. as the other lady was saying. And regarding the non-public water supply, it's great to have a hydrological eval, but if curtailment is ordered, it still applies to the data center as well. Again, we need more public protections in this ordinance and more teeth to hold the data centers accountable. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I am Cindy Black and I live on 95 Penrose Lane. But I want to start out this morning with regarding the agenda that we did on July 14th and the meeting and the voting of the data through. I want to address that Chairperson Shannon Sarasola should not have been able to vote on that data center. She clearly is a conflict of interest. She is an owner of CP Construction Group, which is a heavy civil construction company specializing in excavation, grading, solar, and geological or geothermal projects. I'm just asking that you postpone any final action until the ethics complaint can be looked at by the Nevada Commissions Board. Thank you.
Next.
My name is James Rosashi, for the record. I'm fourth generation in here. My family's lived here both sides for many years. There needs to be binding setups for this stuff. I was here on the July 4th meeting, and every time a question was asked, well, what do you have for this? Well, we don't have anything set up right now, but once we get approval, we're going to go through and finish this. With nothing set in place, there's nothing that they're going to be able to point to hold them into effect. We have Anaconda Pit that is still some 50 years later being cleaned up, and every single person is denying that it's their responsibility to take care of the mess that they made. And the only people who are dealing with it are the people in this room. Our water is toxic, it's got arsenic and all other crap in it. And they're still arguing about, we need to open up Anaconda again, but nobody wants to clean the damn thing. And we can't let this turn into another Anaconda. Have the things set up. Have them file all of this stuff and get the reports, do earthquake reports. They can make sure that there's regulations and stuff set up for protections for the citizens here. Have everything set up and not just, well, we'll wait until after we get the approval so that we could find out later, because then it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Good morning, and thank you for having this workshop. I think it's wonderful. Obviously, you did listen to your sisters. However, I'm in real estate, and what I question is the planning board. I think they made a mistake in making it a PUD. There is no other, did some research, there is no other data center that has that type of zoning. The zoning should be light industrial or heavy industrial. Putting it as a PUD opens it up to a lot of questions towards the planning board. What were they looking at? As one lady said, the construction, yes, I think the chairperson could obviously make money from that. If PUD, they could put in an HOA, that would be residential, golf course, whatever they want to put in. I don't know if you guys are aware of that or not, but yes, they can. So if they put that in, you're going to have a whole lot more people, but you're also going to have people who are going to come back and say, why didn't they address this? Because I'm addressing it right now. The PUD is incorrect. It should be light industrial. And whether the citizens know it or not, they can come and sue. They can sue the county, and the county doesn't need to be sued. Mr. Keller, I know you've had issues where you've had people come after you for things years after. So it's not good to go to court. Lyon County doesn't do well in court. There's nothing against them, but just, I think to protect Lyon County, which is your job, that you need to say, okay, we need to look at the planning board, have them look at it again, and maybe do a rezoning, because that's where it belongs. Doesn't belong with a PUD. It should be light industrial. And I think a lot of people would question, okay, who's making money off of this? Okay, thank you very much.
Next,
Phyllis Hiskett for the record. You guys have designated this as a workshop as opposed to commission meeting. So I just want to know, is there a way that we're going to be able to ask questions and get answers back? So that we can actually have give and take to work on specific parts of the new ordinance. Again, that was your designation as a workshop, so that's what I'm hoping for.
next, and I don't see anybody else on the, I see you can come. But I don't see anybody else on that wall, so I'm gonna close public comment if you're not over at that wall.
You're on the wall.
Online, no, I meant for in the room. I meant in the room, that's here in the room right now. You're not gonna get up in line in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, Mrs. Wilkinson. I look at the overall,
Hang on one second. Could we keep everybody from talking? You have a very quiet voice and I want to hear you. Yeah.
go up with the volume.
Go ahead.
My problem with this whole thing is, having seen the hideous, what they do to the land and just surrounding areas when they put these things in. That American Parkway used to be a beautiful place. Horses, ranches. Okay, so they bought out the ranches, I guess. Can't do anything about that, but they're also going into, in some cases, BLM land. BLM land doesn't seem to care about the public's opinion. Everyone I talk to about BLM land and more building on the virgin wildlands that we have, which is so unique in Nevada. This is sort of a remnant of the old West. We have a little bit of it left, and it's here. It's just, don't let's build all over our state, thousands and thousands of acres. And then the solar panels go along with it. 5,000 acre minimums on them. They're surrounding the city of Pahrump with them. It's hideous what they do. I've talked to geologists on this, and they say that and they're not very productive, unfortunately. That's why they have to have 5,000 acres of them. They don't put out much energy. We would be better with nuclear energy, but I just, it's the most important thing to me in Nevada is what we have, our natural resources, the beauty of this place. Maybe some people think, oh, well, there's nothing out there. I've had people come from this sort of meeting and say, oh, well, you walk out there, there's just no animals, nothing. It's just like a desert. And, my reply to that was, well, you need to get your good feet on and get out on there and get out of the car and walk into the BLMs and see what's there. Oh, but that's the uniqueness of everything. And what all these other people are bringing up is very important too. This is an agricultural valley now. What are the Perrys going to do? I mean, the water and it's going to be enormous what they use as far as I can see. And what I've heard, even in a few minutes from people that know what they're talking about, I think. And so I don't think we need it. Yeah,
Thank you.
it's not worth it. No.
Next.
Well, bringing the data centers in is one thing, but
Could you state your name for the record?
Rick Runke, data centers, I'm sure if they're done right, maybe. And if the people do their job to check and follow up, if there is an incident, which there's a lot of people in this room that there has been reports proven that there is a spill going on right now that haven't done their job. The Nevada EP or Nevada environmentalists haven't done their job. And the federal EPA hasn't done their job, because I sent to everybody, talked to them, everyone, even you guys got the letters. And you're covering it up for Lyon, Copper and Gold, a day, because you want that in here. They're gonna do the same thing. There's no oversight, and you guys are guilty of it. I've handed you the letters. I've told you. Now you want to bring this in? Mine's been going on for 5 years, 2 years with the Nevada Environmental Protection, and they're saying, oh, we're trying to get them to fix it. Meanwhile, my crap's not fixed, and you know it. And now you're telling these people the data center is going to be a great thing, and they're going to check it, and they're going to make sure the water's good. What about the heavy metals? What about the 45 gallons of oil that went down through my property and down into the drainage and went out? 5 years ago, and nobody's done nothing. We don't need a data center. You guys need to fix what you got going now before you ever bring anything else in, because you're living proof. I can't do it. This was on BLM. The water came from there onto our property. That's your guys' job, to protect us. That's what we voted you in to do. Not work for the mines or the data center. Thank you.
Next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So this is a workshop, correct, to decide the rezoning
It's a workshop on the ordinance.
on the ordinance for the rezone, correct? Yes or no?
I'm not having a dialogue with you. It's.
No,
in
I'm
the
just
thing.
asking. So
An ordinance. It's an ordinance that's out there on the thing. It's an
Okay.
ordinance.
So the COPA Power is seeking a rezoning from RR 20 residential 20-acre parcels to the PUD, the planned utility development, for 2 parcels on Penrose Lane, which is approximately 505 acres. Nothing new to you. The project site. The purpose of the permit is the development of the proposed data facility with ancillary uses, including natural gas plant and a battery energy storage system. The site was approved for master plan amendment from agriculture to specific plan by you folks back in December. The planned unit development rezoning requires additional applicant due diligence. In other words, more site-specific details that we're lacking right now. And then a decision from you folks. And it's also stated on their application that a regulatory foundation for the project has been recently supported and approved by you guys. All right. Rules and regulations are necessary, but the biggest issue is allowing the project to proceed. Not approving a rezoning change would effectively halt the project to allow more time to do a more comprehensive study of the pros and cons of the short and the long-term effects. In other words, leave the rezoning as it is, stop the project, get some more information. Okay. These decisions you make are going to affect current and future generations. This is not a short-term deal. Okay. Anybody with a little effort can do the same research I did, find out all this information. It turns out that statistically, they're showing that in the next 5 years or less, power consumption and storage capacity are going to more than double. So that's huge. All right. So this means that these data centers are going to use considerably more power. It's going to heat the equipment up substantially, which means more cooling is required. Okay. Also, the industry is transitioning from air cooled to liquid cooled, more water. Okay. It's a losing battle.
Thank you. Your time is up.
My time's up.
Yes.
That's 3 minutes.
Yes.
That was quick. All right.
You will,
Don't
you'll have,
sacrifice the
excuse me,
people.
you will have more time. If we get to the agenda item, there will be public comment on that agenda item, and I'll clarify the agenda item when we get to it. This is just public comment, and we're not to the agenda item yet, so.
Robin Biggs, Urrington citizen. Since 1980, I went up to Pershing County for 16 years and I'm back. The BLM land has been sold illegally. I've mentioned this before, and there's some statement I'm supposed to make about, I want this in the minutes where someone was going to hand out index cards. And if we say that, you need to like look at what people are saying to table this stuff. But the data center, there's a moratorium globally on new data centers. There are moratoriums in Washoe County not to do this. No new ones. People are getting sick. There are bad things happening. The wildlife leave their nest and their chicks. There's an emission coming out, that a sound that is emitted. Animals are being stillborn. Animals are becoming sterile. Don't be afraid of the laws where, you know, not to do this. I mean, I can't remember that name, but yeah, New York City's got a moratorium on it. Arizona has a huge facility. The people that live there, it's free for them Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday, but people visiting parts of Arizona, I don't know if it's where that is, they go into this building to get away from that hum that you know, it destroys the bat's ability to navigate. They go in there to reset themselves. It's making people ill, and that's what New York is doing. That's what Washoe County is looking at. Why, you know, it's time that Lyon County does the same and take the lead. Yeah, you know, China's looking at better ways to put their data centers in the ocean. Well, what's that going to do to the wildlife down in there? You know, this is just wrong. The meeting for the 6th should be held, and you had plenty of time to get it to be held at the Lyon County or the middle school gymnasium here in Urrington. And we wouldn't sit in the bleachers, we'd be at tables. There is no reason for people to be out on the hallway, not being able to see what's going on in here. Yeah, way down there was a big screen, but they keep people are wanting to come in and they can't come in. They're telling them no. And then you said, oh, there's no more buddy ready. There's a bunch of people wanting to come in. So yeah, we have time again. When the agenda is here and stay till the end, we get another 3 minutes.
Next.
My name's Robert Berry. I live on 85 Penrose. You guys are voted in by us to do your job. You are to help keep us safe from outsiders, to help follow the rules and regulations. You haven't been doing it. Data centers pollute the environment, not only with air, water, and sound. It is getting to be a proven fact, been mentioned up here numerous times about the health effects on animals. People drive by with heart pacers. They have to go automatically to the emergency room because the high and low frequencies go in and attack it. Driving by on a freeway switch. I don't hear nobody up here really concerned about that. All you guys are concerned is about shoving it down our throat. End of subject. You don't care about the water. Look at Arizona. September's coming around in Arizona, and they are going to start shutting golf courses down, car washes, because they don't have water. Colorado River, I grew up there. I grew up river ratting on the Colorado River. It's a creek. Lake Powell's almost empty. Lake Mead's almost empty. Our aquifer has dropped to 30 feet. And you want me to send something in like this to take all of our water away? Who are you working for? Us or them? Obviously, it's not us. And if that lady is right about the way you did the designation, we'll look at it. But you guys have to worry about us, not them. We are the ones who you live by. Look around. These are the people that are your family, your neighbors, but nobody is concerned with us. All you're concerned with is making everybody happy that is above you. The governor, you go to Washington every year on our dime to bring this shit into us. Excuse me. What is it going to benefit us? It's not. You're killing this valley. All the way from the mountains, all the way to the way that the river comes in. You don't live here. You don't live here, you don't live here, you don't live here. You live in Carson and you live over in Smith. Not one of you live in this valley. You're gonna have one guy coming in. You're killing the valley.
Next.
My name is Jim Shaw, SHAW. I've been a resident of Lyon County since 1990. I've been in agriculture. I retired as a Walker River water master. My concerns maybe are a little different than the last gentleman who was up there. What I'm concerned about is the workshop. What is happening as far as our water is concerned, the cost of our water locally, what is happening in electricity, what's going to happen later on. Are we going to be able to freeze our cost of our water, our electricity within this valley, within Mason Valley? As far as what the cost is going to be, is it's going to escalate, and we all know it's going to. One of the problems that I have with data centers is that for some reason, it seems to be that the desert, Nevada and Arizona are right now, and we have no water, are right now the ones that we're trying to build them in. What I would ask you to do is to consider the local cost, our local infrastructure. We have roads that are state roads within this valley that are totally tore up. And the state has no money, tax wise or otherwise, to repair them. We all drive around. The water trucks that are going someplace else right now are tearing up our state roads. The county is not responsible for those, yet the county and our local people are the ones that are doing it. I would ask you to consider the fact of Mason Valley, not just Lyon County. Mason Valley is the one that's taking the brunt of what is happening. And these people here, now I want to tell you, I'm old, and a majority of the people in here are old, and we've seen a lot of change within our lifetimes. So change is coming, change we know is coming. Just consider the local people when you consider all this. Thank you, and thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, I'm Brianna Coker. I have been a resident of Yerington for going on 29 years. I am a property owner that would be within about 6 miles of the data center. So I'm speaking on behalf of that. I'm a mother of 5 young children, so I am deeply concerned by the health issues that I have read about. So while the economic development is important, this massive industrial footprint threatens our local resources and quality of life. Please consider the following critical issues before making a permanent decision. Data centers generate noise levels that may exceed 90 decibels. Noise levels above 85 decibels are harmful to hearing. Hyperscale facilities require all-night lighting that disrupts the natural circadian rhythms of the body, including melatonin production and sleep and wake cycles. Gas-powered data centers emit pollutants such as nitrous oxides, methane, and volatile organic compounds, and fine particulate matter. A 2025 model indicates that data centers by 2030 could cause 600,000 asthma symptom cases and 1,300 premature deaths. This results in a public health burden of more than 20 billion USD annually. Data center water consumption exacerbates local water insecurity, increasing the risk of waterborne disease, dehydration, and poor hygiene. Communities nearby data centers suffer from elevated cancer risk. Although pollutants can travel and harm people hundreds of miles away from a data center, the risks are greatest in neighboring communities. University of Tennessee, Knoxville, commissioned by Time, found that the peak nitrogen dioxide level rose by 79% after the AI data center began operating. Researchers from the University of California found that health impacts from data centers tripled from 2019 to 2023 and could rise by another 72% by 2028 without comprehensive policies in place. Another concern that me and my family have are supply chain and national security risks. I'm deeply concerned about the reliance on overseas components, specifically hardware, electrical components, and digital infrastructure parts sourced from China, entrusting critical mega-scale power and technology infrastructure to components manufactured in a foreign adversary nation introduces severe cybersecurity vulnerabilities, surveillance risks, and long-term supply chain dependencies. And I would just urge you to please listen to the residents of this town, especially those, like I said, I'm within 6 miles of where this is being put up, and I'm really considering moving out of Yerington, and I've lived here since I was 2 years old. But I'm very concerned about the health risk for my young children. Thank you.
Next. And we're waiting for him to speak. Is there anybody else in the room that wants to speak? In the room? Okay, I'll address the lobby after the room. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephen Coe. I live on Highway 95A North, just next to the Paiute Reservation. I was at the last meeting a couple of weeks ago, and there was one standout question that someone on the board, and it wasn't a question, it was an observation, that whenever the prospect of raising residential real estate taxes came up in the county, it was stoutly resisted by county residents. And it became clear to me, at least, listening to the proceedings, that the primary motivation behind this ordinance and prospective approval of the data center is prospective tax revenue from that center. In other parts of America, when these things have been built and they've begun generating a tax flow, the local polity has used some of that tax flow to abate real estate taxes. So I guess I really have a question. If this goes forward, and to me it looks like it will any of the revenue from this data center and the rumored 4 or 5 more that are said to be coming to the county, will that revenue be used to abate our real estate taxes? That nothing on that topic was in the material, a handout material this morning. And none of the other people have asked questions about this, but it was the question that I brought, and it's a question I'd like to have answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, my name's Howard Scott, FCOTT. I've been living in Silver Springs for 21 years. And I'm really concerned about everybody's input on the data center. I feel it's just gonna cause a lot of traffic. It's got water problems. And just, I don't have a lot to say, but I was wondering why, I wonder if they could put that up on a voting on the ballot for next November, for see if this will go through. See if we, have a chance, maybe get our input more on the ballot. And that's all I have to say there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is everybody cleared in the room? No more public comment in the room? We can start bringing people from the one at a time through the door, and we'll let them in and have public comment. And I think we'll get a lot of your questions answered once we get to the agenda item. Will they come in and sign up? Why don't we go to a couple online real quick? Go to Phil Woolley.
Yeah, I would like my comments included in the meeting minutes. My name is Phil Woolley and I'm a resident of Lyon County. I demand an immediate 1-year moratorium on all new data center approvals, master plan amendments, and PUD zone changes in Lyon County. I urge the board to listen to the community, deny the Monarch zone change this Thursday, vote to enact a formal moratorium. Sorry, I was choking on some pork chops when I was doing this. Vote to enact a formal moratorium until independent environmental, hydrological, and utility impact studies are fully completed. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more in room. And then is it my understanding there is no more public in the hallways that want to speak? Double check, please.
Good morning. My name is Justina Yellowhair, I'm Lyon County resident. I respectfully ask that you adopt a temporary moratorium on new data center approvals in Lyon County until the county has a protective ordinance that puts the health and safety of its residents first. The draft of the ordinance is lacking in a lot of areas, especially public health. We are talking about these data center facilities that could operate 24 hours a day for decades, bringing diesel generators, battery energy storage systems, hazardous chemicals, cooling systems, substations, and major electrical infrastructure to our community. These projects, once they're approved and built, the impacts cannot easily be undone. Your first responsibility is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people who live here. Right now, I do not believe that that standard has been met with this draft ordinance. Before moving forward, the county should work with independent public health, air quality, toxicology, emergency response, and electrical infrastructure experts, not the experts that are selected by the developers, to help create an ordinance that is based on science and protects the Lyon County residents. We still do not have a comprehensive health impact assessment evaluating how these facilities and their supporting infrastructure could affect nearby neighborhoods over their entire operating life. We also do not have adequately evaluated the cumulative impacts of multiple data centers. Until those questions are answered, we cannot honestly say that these projects are safe for our families, our children, and our future generations. Please take the time to get this right. A temporary moratorium is responsible planning. It allows Lyon County to develop a clear, enforceable standards before irreversible decisions are made. I urge you to slow down this process, bring in independent experts, and complete the necessary health and cumulative impact evaluation, strengthen the ordinance, and put the health of Lyon County residents first. Thank you.
Thank you. County manager, with no one outside. Okay, so we're done in the building. Let's go to Lou Wilkinson online.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. This is Leah Wilkinson. I've lived here for most of my life, and I have a great love for Lyon County and its people and the qualities that define Lyon County. Thank you, commissioners, for scheduling this data center ordinance workshop. Lyon County was caught off guard last year when Monarch Data Center was proposed, putting the cart before the horse, testing Lyon County's preparation. This ordinance workshop begins Lyon County's preparation. Lyon County does not have to follow suit with Story County's business model of come one, come all, and we'll sort out things later. In fact, Nevada Energy, or excuse me, Envy Energy, filed suit last week, in fact, against Fleet Data Center in Story County to protect Envy Energy customer costs for electric from increasing. We need to look at that. Commissioners Hockaday, Casanelli, Keller, Hendricks, and Jacobson, please use the authority that Lyon County residents have bestowed upon you to protect the quality of life that we currently enjoy in Lyon County, including our ethical responsibilities to our downriver neighbors, Schurz and Hawthorne. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to Stacy Hicks online.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Stacy Hicks, and I am a sovereign tribal member of the Walker River Paiute tribe. I am speaking today regarding the draft data center ordinance. While I appreciate the board's efforts to restrict evaporative cooling, this ordinance contains a critical regulatory blind spot. It allows predatory developers to lock in local land approvals before proving they have legally secured the water to back them up. We must recognize that the water in Mason Valley is not an unallocated luxury. Our regional aquifers and the Walker River are the lifelines of this entire basin, heavily protected by federal law, the historic Walker River Decree, and sovereign senior water rights of the Walker River Paiute and Yerington Paiute tribes. To date, projects like the proposed Monarch Data Center have moved forward without mandatory tribal consultation. This is a severe legal and environmental oversight. Downstream Indigenous nations hold senior rights that are directly threatened by upstream depletion. We cannot rely solely on the Nevada state engineer to fix local zoning mistakes after the fact. The state engineer's process is retroactive. It only evaluates water right transfers and use over allocation after a developer submits an application to move water. If this commission passes land use zoning, master plan amendments, or special use permits before a data center verifies its water portfolio, you give developers a green light to play a dangerous game of build now, litigate water later. They will use your local county approvals to pressure the state engineer or tie up our local tribes and agricultural pumpers in years of costly litigation. Therefore, I strongly urge the board to strengthen this ordinance by inserting a mandatory water verification provision. The text must explicitly state no development application, zoning change, or building permit for a data center shall be reviewed or approved until the applicant provides certified verification from the Nevada state engineer that they hold active, unbonded, and legally permitted water rights sufficient to cover the project's entire life cycle. Also, you need to include that you should not be building this data center in a FEMA flood zone. That triggers the Clean Water Act and federal laws. Fast tracking does not erase federal law.
Thank you, your time's up. We'll go to Bree, and please state your full name for the record. Bree? Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, hi, my name's Elizabeth Bree Casper, and I'm a third generation Nevadan. I'm calling in today because I wasn't able to come in person due to health concerns, and that's one of the reasons that I would like to be able to leave this comment. The water has been polluted in this area for so long that the people in this region are not able to trust their utilities. And I feel like it is your due diligence to honor them, the zoning for this area, to be appropriately reviewed. I think besides just approving the zoning or denying the zoning today, you need to be thinking about this project in a whole. A decommissioning bond is something that needs to be requested before any project is seen or considered. We also need to enact a formal moratorium while you do your own independent studies of what the data centers are presenting to you as health and safety for this region. Not only are our natural resources at stake, but the health of your constituents are at stake. I want you to look around at your neighbor next to you on that dais and ask yourself if this is the hill you want to die on today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Patrick Collins.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Collins. I'm a resident of Dayton, Nevada, for the record. The requirements and stated proposals for mitigation of water usage, for the control of heat expulsion, for water consumption control, for zoning regulations, and proposed environmental protections, plus the protections of consumers leading to the offloading of all excess power expenses laid out onto local citizens rather than tracked or governmental sources. For one, they're all inaccurate, they're deliberately vague, and they show incredibly bad faith in any form of intent on taking responsibility. I'm not going to talk your ears off. I am going to summarize similar observations to that of the vast majority of people here. Tract, for one, has shown zero levels of trust or responsibility with anything they propose. Every single data center that's already been constructed has absolutely decimated the communities that they've been placed in. Yes, that intense low frequency noise, which is atrociously loud, mind you, if you've ever heard any local recordings of it, it will kill off migratory birds, it'll kill off pollinators. It's not an exaggeration. Cattle are getting sick and dying, and all their calves are being born stillborn. Water is being robbed of communities for its cooling. A vast majority of that is evaporated off permanently, and whatever's left going through the plant comes out heavily contaminated with toxic chemicals and heavy metals. Data centers, to be clear and concise, are a cancer to the land that they're placed on. They're nothing but destructive. They're only used for garbage AI-generated content, and only the wealthy owners of the massive corporations will actually benefit from this, not the locals. To even suggest a number of these monstrosities in the desert, mind you, where our resources, especially water, are already incredibly scarce, is so much worse than just irresponsible. It's a disgrace. Not to mention, the local Paiute tribes were never appropriately contacted about this, so our local native sovereign nations were completely excluded, which, allow me to remind you, is illegal as well. The commissioner's job, which we voted you into, is to protect our communities, and even considering these data centers is a complete and utter failure of you to uphold your duties. If you're so confident about keeping these, we, the local inhabitants, insist at the very least that you legally bind yourselves to the project and make yourselves legally and financially viable if any of these promises are not upheld. Data centers cannot be permitted here. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. I see SB. Is that Ainsworth or? SB, go ahead. Please state your full name for the record. SB. SB is not responding, so let's go to CJ Ainsworth, and then we can go back to SB for one last try. CJ Ainsworth.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. My name is CJ Ainsworth, and I am a cancer survivor and live in Lyon County. I am very concerned about the health issues that these data centers will produce. And the noise and air pollution, the transformers have increasing humming information or things that go out to the people. And to mitigate, my biggest concern is our water, of course, and also to mitigate battery storage should have at least an 8-foot masonry wall that helps the visual and noise pollution. Batteries in the data centers present several challenges, including safety risks, environmental concerns, and economic implications. The lithium batteries cause a tremendous amount of fire hazards, increased carbon emissions, and high community costs that projected to be added 444 million metric tons of CO2 annually due to increased battery storage. This is very important to be put onto the zoning, residential zoning dockets, because many people we don't have enough fire department to handle anything of this nature. Once they blow, everything blows up. There is no controlling once these battery packs explode. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll give SB one more try. Well, I don't see them coming on the line, so we're done in the hall, we're done in the room, and we're done online. So that closes our first public participation. We'll move to item number 4 for possible action, review and adoption of the agenda. All the commissioners read the agenda. Do we have a motion?
Move to adopt the agenda as posted.
Sure. We have a motion from Commissioner Hendricks, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Is there any public comment on the agenda? Seeing none, go to the vote. Those in favor say aye.
Aye. Check. Do you want to check out in the hallway for any public?
Yeah, we probably.
I don't see any online, but.
Thank you. I'm not used to reaching out to the hallway.
Thank you.
So that brings us to number 5, the workshop.
We need to vote on that now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. We're going to be going to the workshop, but before we start the workshop, I'm going to take a brief break here. Everybody can stand up or stretch their legs. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Please, if you haven't, to the hallway. We're gonna move on to agenda number 5, agenda item number 5, 5A. For discussion of possible action, a workshop of the Lyon County Board of Commissioners to review and discuss the current draft of the data center ordinance, including proposed definitions, zoning regulations, and development standards, and to provide direction to staff on suggested changes to the data center ordinance. And before we start that, I'm going to go down the commissioners here and see if they had any opening comments or anything they heard during public comment that they wanted to address before we got started. Commissioner Hockaday.
Thank you, Attorney Keller. Many comments made today, and of course, a lot of comments have come through our emails. Certainly went through and read all of those. We had a lot of late stuff today. Read that as much as I could this morning. Appreciate your input. Data centers are a big issue all across the country. I know I was watching a program just the other night where we have, I think Texas is supposed to have like 500 plus data centers that they're projecting to build in that state. Figures for Nevada were about 98 for our state so far. So looking at conducting a workshop on this ordinance, we have to start somewhere. Over a year ago, we did an ordinance on solar panels and set the rules up basically for how solar panels could be built and set up in Lyon County. So I look at this as a good start. Certainly it is a draft. We're listening to the input. We'll decide what needs to be in here and what more needs to be in here, and how more definition of certain issues are going to be taken care of for the public and for our own decisions.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone for the comments in person and online. Appreciate everybody's input. We've definitely been looking over all of that information. I will say that I look at Story County kind of as a model. There are a lot of data centers already on USA Parkway, some there over 20 years. One of them's been there, the one that's been there the longest. I won't point out their names, but they do use a lot of water at that particular facility. It's the old evaporative model. The newer hybrids that we're looking at and the use of the reclaimed is something that I hope that we can get to in Lyon County at some point. I know we've got in Dayton, where I do live, by the way. We've got a lot of reclaimed water to get rid of there, and it would be nice to be able to get a pipeline out to the data centers to utilize that going forward. But I think that I want to also thank staff for the work that they've done on this ordinance. I think it's pretty comprehensive. I do have other input on that later, but that's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hendricks.
I'd like to thank staff for all the work they put into this. I think something the public doesn't realize is that our staff and the members of this board have actually been working on this and researching this for years, not just by studies, but by building relationships with other commissioners around the country that have had these in their community for 20 years or more. And we've tried our best to learn from their mistakes, and hopefully we will continue to do so. And I thank everybody for showing up and making your opinions known.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to thank everybody for being here and taking time out of their busy days, listening to everybody. Full attention. I recently was able to take a, lack of a better word, field trip to a data center. And a lot of the concerns, and I hear you, but in today's changing data center world, there's just a lot of those things are not what it appears. They truly are. It's a warehouse for computers. And yeah, it takes more energy, and I think that'll get addressed. But as far as the water, the waste, all those questions were asked, they're not dumping that waste into the ground. It's just not happening. So look forward to today. And then finally, I just want to thank staff for their hard, diligent work on this. And I know the hours and research put in, so appreciate it.
And I want to thank staff for getting this done. It's quite a project. Since we've never had data centers before in our county, it was quite a challenge. But we do go to Washington, D.C., but that's to bring money back to you guys. And we go to set policy for stuff like data centers and work for the best things. We're going to be down here at Carson City all during the legislature. I think there's 3 to 5 bills right now that people are talking about data centers in our state legislature. So we do a lot of stuff outside of our county, but what we're focusing on is our county and what they've done in other states. Most of that stuff you bring up online, what went wrong in other states, that's what we learned from, right? But the other states were different types of governments and different types of way of doing things. So we have to be particular to our state and more particular to Lyon County. So thank staff and thank everybody for bringing concerns, and hopefully we can address them as we move forward. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, and can we stop you on the way of anywhere along the line so we can? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so just a brief breakdown of how the slides are going to roll out. So the first slide, and I say that, but the first about 10 to 12 don't follow this process. But as we get into the actual full text, you'll see a summary of the information. You'll see the full text on the slides. And then the last slide will be kind of how staff came up with the language on the screen. So that's kind of how it's going to go moving forward. So yeah, we're at the Lyon County Data Center Workshop. So why we are here. So first, there's no existing framework. Currently, we've had a couple data center applications. Obviously, we don't have these as an isolated use in county code. So we've been treating them underneath the warehouse standards. We do recognize that doesn't completely capture everything a data center is and does. So that's again why we're here today. Developer interest is rising, so we are seeing a lot more traction to Lyon County specific to data center uses. There's also a statewide movement, not only Lyon County but across the state, moving kind of simultaneously to put ordinances in place to help regulate data centers, and then getting caught up. Right, we want to be ahead of the future applications before they come in. That way, we're not having to review or negotiate terms underneath the statutory timelines in NRS and county code. So how did we get here? So this is just a brief history I put together on the data centers, computers in general. So in the 1940s, computers like ENIAC, which is electronic numerical integrator and computer, that happened in the 1940s. These were room-sized machines, generated a lot of heat, but there were very few of them. And they were typically housed inside existing government and university buildings. And then by the 1950s and 60s, we had the mainframe area. Organizations and governments, universities, large corporations relied on centralized computing. As these systems grew larger, they required dedicated machine rooms, chilled water cooling, and more sophisticated air conditioning designed specifically for computer equipment. And then during the 1970s and 80s, this is the rise of personal computers, and local area networks shifted computing towards client server architecture. This is when many of the design features we still associate with data centers today came into play. Things like raised floors, underfloor air distribution, precision cooling techniques, and then that way they could mitigate the heat in the building. And then moving forward, we go into the 1990s, which is the internet boom. So the rapid growth of the web created demand for much larger computing facilities. This also is when co-location within data centers came and became more common, allowing multiple companies to lease space and share facilities instead of building their own. And then in the 2000s and 2010s, you had cloud computing fundamentally change the industry. Companies like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, Google Cloud began building hyperscale campuses to provide more computing services to the general public. Today, we're in the AI and the GPU area. So artificial intelligence workloads require much higher power densities than traditional computing. And that is changing the building design once again. Many new facilities are incorporating advanced liquid cooling systems, and at the same time, especially in water-constrained regions like Nevada, the industry is moving towards more water-efficient cooling systems, technologies, Those include air-cooled systems as well as closed-loop systems. I did want to touch on some of the ordinances we looked at. So this first slide, kind of getting the more a granular format. So we did look at Loudoun County, Virginia, which is the US's largest data center market, Prince William County, Virginia, Maricopa, Arizona. I'm going to butcher it, but Susquehanna, Pennsylvania. And they all have different approaches. You have some where they're special exceptions. Some try to use an overlay district. Some use a version of the planning and development process, which the county is seeing currently. And then other ones just rely on hard zoning and notable standards. So they're all kind of consistent. So they're all trying to create setbacks, create design standards, landscape standards, look at impacts to utilities, which is all kind of on the right side of the table with the notable standards. And if we move forward to the next slide, there's just an even larger list of other city, county ordinances that we looked at in order to develop the one we're here today to talk about. And then at this time, I'd like to introduce Jeff Bridger, Vice President of Business and Development of Programs for NV Energy. Jeff's here today to provide NV Energy's perspective on the role of the utility in supporting economic development while working through large-scale commercial industrial projects in Nevada. Jeff.
Hey guys, for the record, Jeff Bridger, Gavin just introduced me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I just want to walk through some of the things that NV Energy is working on as we see this unprecedented growth. So as mentioned, and you guys are seeing it, Nevada's experiencing historic levels of economic growth and interest in our new electric demand. Currently, NV Energy has requests for energy totaling approximately 22,000 megawatts, which far exceeds anything that we could have expected or contemplated. For context, in Nevada in 2025, our peak statewide was about 8,500 megawatts. So we have interest at relatively 3 times our current demand. Much of this demand has been driven by data centers and data center developers. It's important to note, though, that NV Energy has a requirement to serve customers as a public utility who meet state requirements, including data centers and data center developers. But we must balance that responsibility to serve energy to new customers with a responsibility of protecting our existing customers, making sure new demand doesn't drive up costs, impact reliability, while also delivering on our renewable energy goals. Meeting these expectations requires careful, disciplined, and transparent long-term planning. This planning happens through the NV Energy's Integrated Resource Plan, which we refer to as the IRP. Through the IRP process, filed with the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada in May, we're working closely with our regulators to plan for the future, looking at different growth scenarios and clearly showing that what each could meet for our grid, for existing customers, and for clean energy progress. The 2026 IRP includes the largest proposed expansion of renewable energy in NV Energy's history. Roughly 4,500 megawatts of renewable energy, roughly 5,400 megawatts of battery energy storage, and another 1,200 megawatts of natural gas generation to make sure that we maintain reliability. The IRP is a public, data-driven review of Nevada's future energy needs. In the 2026 IRP, we prioritize Nevada's growth responsibility, requiring large customers to pay for the infrastructure needed to serve them. This ensures existing customers aren't left covering those costs, and reliability and affordability are protected. It's important to note that the 2026 IRP is a proposal, not a commitment. Not every project will move forward, and those that do come forward will take time. The Integrated Resource Plan highlights how quickly demand is growing and why carefully long-term planning is so important. As part of that filing, NV Energy is proposing a new framework called the Large Load Electric Service Agreement to establish clear rules for serving large customers, and which sets forth the customer's financial responsibilities that are designed to protect existing customers. This proposal is based on cost causation principles. The agreement will require large customers to make long-term commitments and invest in the infrastructure needed to serve them to align costs with those driving the energy demand. These provisions are designed to reduce risk, protect existing customers from cost shifts and stranded investments. Customers that create the need for new infrastructure are responsible for those costs. The goal is to prevent cost shifting to existing customers because the request for large load is not typical incremental growth, and it's concentrated in very large individual projects. This includes generation, transmission, substations, and long-term energy supply. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you.
Sure.
So do residents of Yerington, if something does go in down here in Mesa Valley, do they have to worry about losing their power?
No, sir. That's exactly what we're proposing with these new agreements and with the existing infrastructure investments, that this does not impact our existing customer base.
Are their rates going to go up because of this?
Because not the way we are proposing these agreements. The customers that are coming will pay for everything that they need.
Does MD Energy plan any rolling brownouts or blackouts because of this?
No, sir. I've been with the company for roughly 19 years. I've never seen brownouts in our system.
So if there's an interruption in service, it's because transformer failure, someone hits a power pole with their vehicle, something.
Exactly.
That's why they would lose power.
Yep, we have outages based on a number of things. We have public safety outages for fire risk. We have equipment breaks, right? Things break and outages happen. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your time today.
You bet.
Commissioner Hendricks. Commissioner Casanelli.
I just want to reiterate, Commissioner Jacobson just said that, so Public Utilities Commission has that protection. We already have mechanisms in place that would require the large use customers to pay for their upgrades, not the ratepayer, not other ratepayers. So they've got to pay their way.
Yeah, that's what we were proposing with these agreements, Commissioner, is that these customers pay for everything.
Yeah. I just want to
And that's
clarify.
going through the IRP process right now, and it's a public process. People can listen in.
Thank you.
And it's easier to regulate those large loads that are coming in because they're coming in on their own lines, right?
Yeah, most of these large data centers are what we call transmission served, right? Or high voltage distribution. So they are served off of our large transmission lines, not the distribution network that serves a typical resident or small business.
Where just for the public knows, where you get this on the internet that says that it's increasing prices into a community and stuff, that's usually where they have a power company within that community, and they're trying to those existing lines, trying to upgrade all those lines in the community and put it back on. We don't have that particular problem here in Nevada, right?
Most of this will be new and they'll be paid for by the customers that are demanding it.
Just making sure that everybody gets the correct information on it. Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I guess there's a certain disagreement now between Nevada Energy and data centers about the cost share for ratepayers, us and the customer. Do we have any idea when that might be resolved as to when we're going to be told we're not going to pay for their infrastructure?
So with that particular agreement or lawsuit, Commissioner, I don't know what the timing is of that, but I would add that the proposals that we have in front of our commission, the long-term agreements that we are proposing to our commission, make sure that these customers pay for what they drive. And that should be decided later this year as this IRP rolls out.
The data center customers, because when I hear customers, I think we're all customers.
Yeah, large load customers.
Okay.
Correct. Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you
for clarifying.
I know we're just talking about the ordinance and stuff, but there was a comment made, and I would just want to address it because it keeps coming up. The stuff that you had already, your business model in California, where you're pulling out of California, has nothing to do with data centers.
No, it absolutely doesn't. We sold that service territory to Liber Energy. It was always part of the agreement that they would source their own energy at a certain time frame, and I think we've actually extended that a couple of times for their behalf, but it has nothing to do with data centers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to it. So Gavin Henderson, Community Development Director for the record. So this slide just walking you through kind of the presentation. We split it into 4 sections. Section 1, we'll talk about the land use tables. Section 2 will be the definitions, standards, requirements, application submittals, those kind of things. Section 3 will be the parking requirement, proposed changes. And then section 4 will be again adding the definitions to our chapter 1200 in county code, which has all of our definitions for the development. Moving forward to section 1. So this is the proposed land use tables changed. So of course, we don't have data centers in the table 320-4. So the draft ordinance as in front of the board and the public today has it as a conditional use permit in all the light industrial or in all the industrial zoning districts. So that includes light industrial, heavy industrial, service industrial. And the C on the table stands for conditional use permit. I do want to note that the rural portion of LI and HI is really more relevant to our public utilities available, meaning water and sewer. It doesn't, we do have LIR, HIR, and portions of Silver Springs on the boundaries of that service district. So we do see character changes and then a future annexation process. So then they get the suburban title there. So I just wanted to clarify what the rural really meant, and that's in our master plan as well. So moving forward, so we'll talk about why this standard. So first, the conditional use permit process allows each project to be evaluated individually, taking into consideration the site's location, surrounding land uses, available infrastructure, and other site-specific factors. Second, data centers have operational characteristics similar to other industrial uses already allowed within these districts, making the industrial zoning districts the most appropriate location for this type of development. We've heard the warehouse has been brought up, so warehouses are allowed in all of these industrial zoning districts, and they are permitted. The difference between the warehouse and the data center would be data centers are proposed as a conditional use permit. Finally, because data centers can range from relatively small facilities to large campuses, the conditional use permit process provides the flexibility to apply standards and conditions that are appropriate for the size and scale of each individual project. Is there any questions?
Yes, could you speak up so we can understand what you're saying, not speak out so fast and slow down. We're not hearing it.
Is there a way we could turn up the volume at all? You'll just have to talk louder.
Yeah, you got it.
And the purpose is so they can understand too. I realize that you're talking to the board, but.
Right. Awesome. All right. Moving forward, so section 15-336-17A is our purpose statement for the ordinance. The purpose statement reads, the ordinance establishes environmental performance and operational standards to ensure data center development proceeds in a manner that protects public health, safety, and welfare while supporting responsible economic development. So again, this is just outlining what the ordinance.
Hang on a second, we got someone in front of the screen. Go ahead.
What we should revert back to as far as any sort of mission statement for the ordinance moving forward. Pretty simple. That was just kind of set the tone for the ordinance. Moving forward, we get into our definition section. So these are core facility terms. We defined battery energy storage systems, which we will call BESS moving forward, and that's why number 2 says BESS accessory. We defined battery energy storage accessory uses. What's a principal use, which basically, if you don't meet the definition of an accessory use, you are therefore defined as a principal use. And this will move forward as we go through the definition systems, and then we define the cooling system on this slide as well. As we go through, maybe some of the questions are the definitions clear to the board or the public? Do we need to add any definitions to capture anything in the ordinance that's currently drafted? So that's maybe some questions from staff as well. Moving forward, we get into more definitions. So we define In 5 and 6, data center and data center accessory uses. So in the accessory use category, you have battery energy storage systems, emergency generators, cooling systems, electrical substations, water storage tanks and pump stations, stormwater management facilities, security facilities, administrative office, and on-site effluent treatment systems. And then we also defined data center campus and the effluent commitment, which will tie into a later part of the ordinance. Number 9 through 12, we defined electrical substation, emergency generator, mechanical equipment. We did define what a megawatt is, because that'll just carry forward throughout the ordinance. Pretty simple definitions. Didn't try to get too carried away with these. Natural gas power facility. This is another one where we define the natural gas power facility use, define it as an accessory use, define it as a principal use, in number 15. So if you don't meet the definition number 14, therefore you fall underneath the principal use. And principal also means that we have a separate entitlement process already outlined in county code, and you would fall back to that process. And then 16 and 18, 16, we have noise sensitive receptor, which will be used in the noise study portion of the ordinance. And then finally, 18 is non-evaporated cooling systems. So those will be cooling systems that do not utilize or consume water through evaporation, including air-cooled chillers, dry coolers, and liquid immersion systems. So moving forward in the draft ordinance, we have section 15.336.17C.
I got one question for you real quick. When we're going through definitions, and I get this always when we have something like in a bylaws or something that's in a policy, it's easy to change policies compared to the bylaws, right? So if these definitions are these easily changed once we put this into ordinance, or should these be in a spot where we can refer to where we can change it if we need to? And the reason why I'm asking is if legislature states that their definition is slightly different than ours, is there a way we can, without going through the whole process of cleaning up our definitions?
Potentially, we could put a tagline in there about the NRS and say that it could update, if there's a conflict between NRS and county code, the NRS definition would.
I also want to keep up with stuff as we move forward. If there becomes a definition that we have to add or, tighten up or expand on, I don't want to be locked too much into it. This is more of a guideline. So that's why I was asking if it could be referred to in a different place.
Yeah, all of our definitions are in county code, so the only way to change that is by ordinance, unless, like I said, we can put some provision in there that said if there's a conflict between state law and county code, we want the state law definition to prevail in that instance, and that would kind of update itself as state laws and regulations change.
Okay, maybe we should work toward at least so that we're not in conflict with the state. Thank you.
All right, moving forward, so section 15.336C, so the section numbers, and just to go over the presentation format, are going to be in the upper left, and that'll correlate with the draft ordinance as we kind of move through this as well. So this is applicability section, so this ordinance itself will apply to new data center construction, major expansions of existing data centers, defined as exceeding 10,000 square feet, or 5 megawatts of electrical capacity added on to the existing building. This also applies to the conversion of existing buildings into data centers and the installation of accessory uses regulated by this ordinance, such as battery energy storage systems, substations, emergency generators, and similar supporting infrastructure. So again, we're just trying to basically tell everyone what the ordinance applies to, and that's all covered here. So again, new data centers, expansion of existing data centers, conversion of existing buildings, so someone taking a warehouse and converting that to a data center building, and then the installation of accessory uses. So anything that comes in after the fact still has to go through the whole ordinance process. Moving forward, so this will kind of be the format running forward. So the next slide following the summary slide will be the exact wording that's in the draft ordinance. If there's any discussion from the board and we want to look at the exact wording. So this standard is intended to ensure that the ordinance is applied where it is most appropriate while avoiding unnecessary regulation and of routine activities. So the expansion thresholds allow minor additions and operational improvements to occur without requiring a full review under the data center ordinance. Applying the ordinance to a building conversion ensures projects are held to the same standards regardless of whether a facility is newly constructed or adapted from an existing building. And then finally, including accessory infrastructure ensures that major components of a data center campus, such as substations, battery energy storage systems, and generators, are reviewed as part of a coordinated development. So moving on to 15.336.17D. This is our application requirements. So this establishes the application requirements for the data center projects. Because of the scale and complexity of these developments, the ordinance requires additional technical information beyond a standard conditional use permit application. The first group of submittal requirements includes a site plan, an electrical utility impact assessment, a noise study, and a traffic impact study. Together, these documents provide information needed to evaluate site design, utility demands, potential noise impacts, and transportation impacts before a project is considered for approval. So the goal with the submittal section is to gather all that information up front in the process, based on the public concerns, based on the board's concerns, and therefore staff has that to review and provide a recommendation to the board, as well as the board has that to review prior to any sort of approval. So the next slide will just show again the full text. If there's any discussion from the board, we go from A to D on the slide, talking through site plans, what's an electrical utility impact assessment, the noise study, which we'll cover also later in the ordinance as well, and the traffic impact study. So again, we're looking at two separate studies there, a construction TIS or traffic impact study, as well as an operational. Staff recognizes that a lot of the impacts to traffic are during the construction phase of the development, so we want to see a cumulative traffic impact study provided to the county before we proceed. We also threw in that we wanted to see for those traffic impact studies, if they're affecting NDOT right away, that we have the scope approved, and then either the first round of comments or an approval from NDOT before or as part of the application submittal before we take it to public hearing.
So when we do Scott Keller for the record, when we do a cumulative, is it just for the region, for the county, for the impact? What?
So, well, a prime example is the north end of Mason Valley right now. We have a lot of overlapping projects there. We've worked with NDOT. They have been asking for previous traffic impact studies as new ones come in. So if they're reviewing a new traffic impact study, they want all the ones that were approved along that roadway. So they're looking at the project cumulatively. That was a communication staff brought to NDOT during our discussions as well as being a part of those scoping discussions to make sure that those intersections of concern are part of those TISs moving forward.
So NDOT would bring something forward if they put a bunch of data centers, say in Hawthorne.
Right.
We would know the impact of people going through our area, and that would also be included in our studies.
Right, and our discussions with NDOT previously to the data centers in Lyon County, they were just considered or just wanted to look at operational traffic impact studies. So it was a big push from our point of view to look at the construction impacts. We know they're there. We know the improvements are warranted. We recognize, what Story County is dealing with over there, and it's not something we wanted to replicate here in Lyon County.
Thank you.
So next slide is kind of part two of the application requirements. So we talk about water and sewer impact assessments, emergency response plans, landscape and screening plans, and a fiscal impact analysis. So applicants must provide that water and sewer impact assessment to demonstrate that adequate utility capacity is available, and any infrastructure improvements that may be required. An emergency response plan is also required to ensure coordination with local fire districts, emergency management, and other responding agencies for fire protection, hazardous materials, and emergency access. The ordinance also requires a landscaping and screening plan. The standards will come forward later in the ordinance to demonstrate compliance with the buffering and screening standards and help minimize visual impacts and surrounding properties. And then finally, a fiscal impact analysis provided to the county with an understanding of the project's anticipated tax revenue, infrastructure costs, and demand for public services, allowing decision makers like the board to evaluate the overall fiscal impacts of the development.
So again, Commissioner Keller, so on when they do the projected build out, you're looking at two different types, one during construction phase and two during once the building's done, right?
Right.
And so sometimes if the public sees that there's a lot of water being used on a piece of land, it might not be what their end product's going to be. It's going to be for the construction.
Right.
Right. And that's what any construction would do. So it's not tied to the actual data center. It's actually tied to the construction of the data center. And that's a temporary, and then it'll come back. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that once they see that on there, that's the reason why.
And then again, this is the full text from the draft ordinance, talking about the water and sewer impact assessment, going over and through the public utility water supply portion. So if you're going to connect into the county utilities, we have a couple of GIDs throughout the county, Silver Springs Mutual Water Company as well as non-public utilities. So we're talking about commercial wells and septics in that section. And then we moving forward, we talk about just potentially provide the county that there's adequate infrastructure there to support the project, whether it's water, sewer, pipe in the ground, connection points, etc. And then we also get into preliminary identification of water and wastewater infrastructure upgrades. This can go also to if you're going to have some sort of industrial discharge into the county system, whether it be in Silver Springs, JID, Dayton, etc. We have pretty I don't want to call them simple, but they are rapid infiltration basins, which rely on a pretty sensitive biological structure to treat the water. So we want to make sure that if there is a plan to discharge into our system, that we are thoughtful in that process and make sure that the total dissolved solids or there's no chemicals in the processed water that are going to affect our treatment process there. And then E, G, and F, we talked through emergency response plan, working with the fire districts, emergency management, landscape and screening plan, compliant with the future standards that we're going to go over later in the later portion of the ordinance, and then that fiscal impact analysis. And then the last part of the application requirements is the decommissioning plan, which is intended to ensure that supporting infrastructure is properly removed and the site is restored if those facilities are no longer in use. So the plan applies to accessory energy infrastructure, including battery energy storage systems, natural gas generation facilities, and solar installations. It outlines how these facilities will be safely shut down, removed, recycled, or disposed of, and how the site will be restored. The ordinance also establishes clear timelines for when decommissioning must begin and must be completed, identifies the restoration standards that must be met, and requires financial security equal to 150% of the estimated decommissioning cost. This ensures that adequate funding is available to complete the work if the property owner is unable or unwilling to do so. And then the decommissioning standards are intended to protect the county from abandoned infrastructure, again, while providing a clear process for the lifespan stewardship of the project. So the decommissioning plan, we talked through in item A, we talked through solar arrays, natural gas power generation facilities, battery energy storage systems. So those are what would be in part of the decommissioning plan. Notification of closure. The timing of the decommissioning shall begin within 1 year of cessation of the data center operations. We did acknowledge that there may be intent to sell the operation. So we did put a provision in there. I believe it's 2 years that you could have that building on the market and hopefully sell the project to another owner. And if that's unsuccessful, then the decommissioning plan comes into action, and then we start looking at getting rid of the solar, the natural gas facility, or the battery energy storage systems appropriately, whether it's recycled or hauled offsite. And then the financial security section. So it is 150% of the decommissioning costs. We understand that these projects are a phased development. So there is phasing plan required, financial security, acceptable forms of security. So we go through those as far as a surety bond, a letter of credit, cash, or other instrumental acceptable to Lyon County. and name Lyon County as a beneficiary. Those are standard items within the subdivision process. So we're not creating anything new there as far as types of security. Periodic review, we also go through decommissioning cost estimates frequently every 5 years to account for inflation, changes in scope, or updated cost data. And then the release security and what the provisions have to be in place for us to release security for the decommissioning plan.
Any questions?
Yeah, what do we have for our liability past the decommissioning? In other words, they go out, they tear everything down, they take all their equipment away. That doesn't mean that a couple of years down the stream, they don't find hazardous waste. Do we have anything that extends that liability for those organizations? Are we maintaining some type of a financial fund in case we find that? A case in point, in the military, I was responsible for 20 years after decommissioning my launch control centers. And they said, if anything happens, you are responsible for your sites.
So I want to interrupt just real briefly. That was Commissioner Hockaday speaking. Let's try and say our names up here because on this particular topic, if anybody wants to review it, I want them to know who was speaking.
Okay. Yeah, Commissioner Hockaday. So do we have anything that we're thinking about extending that liability into the future past that date that they leave?
Not in the draft ordinance. So as everything was cleaned up on site, anything below usually 4 feet in the ground is removed, whether it's wires, cables, et cetera, that would lead to any of those 3 items that were listed in the decommissioning plan. Once that has all been proven, as it's written today, that bond would be released. So it would be part of that finalized process. There was nothing as it's currently written to be on the back end after we release the bond, whether it's like a 10%. Usually like in the subdivision, we have a 10% warranty period or something like that. It extends for 1 year after we approve the improvements. But it's something we can think about including for sure.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
I have a quick question, Scott Keller, for the record. So I look at like the worst case scenario, like when we had the Great Recession. We had buildings that went completely bankrupt. All of a sudden, it's selling the buildings at 10% on the dollar or whatever. If they go, is there any way that they can a portion of this building become not a data center?
Sure.
And right, and so what percentage of when it becomes not a data center, like say if only 10% was being used for as a data center, is there a percentage? Because in the decommissioning plan it says when they stop, but what if they don't stop and they go down a big percentage and they want to sell? Is there a mechanism in there to handle that?
Not currently, but that's a valid point. That's kind of why in the first step we talked about the warehouse side of it, people turning the warehouses into data centers. Not something we talked about as far as scaling down the operations inside the building. And then maybe pushing or maybe leasing or a portion of the building out or anything like that.
Depending on where the area would be and stuff like that, if it's up in an industrial area and they still wanted to be able to use that building instead of turning down the building or do anything else, get some use out of it. So that's what I was just asking.
Yeah, and the decommissioning plan doesn't touch the footprint of the building. So our concern was kind of the e-waste, solar, natural gas facilities, things that without the data center use there wouldn't be
Basically go back to the warehouse.
Correct. And that then at that point too, they have those areas to add additional parking. So then they had to have areas where they can meet the parking standard that we written today.
Thank you. Commissioner Hendricks?
Tammy Hendricks for the record. My question is on the water use. How is the non-public water use monitored?
So that would be through the state. Usually commercial wells have a meter on it that the state pays attention to. Not something that as a county we go out and monitor. So it would go defer to.
It is metered so that it's well known how much water they are actually using. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Jacobson. Under the regular industrial zoning, is this ordinance more restrictive than normal industrial zoning?
I don't know if I've used the word restrictive, but just requiring more information upfront. So the costs, I guess, to apply to the county would be more than a traditional warehouse type building. As far as just providing us the technical studies as required in the draft ordinance.
Thank you.
More of a unique or
Yeah.
County Manager Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. To further answer your question, regular industrial use would not require like a security bond or a decommissioning plan. So in that sense, it would be more restricted.
Is our DA in here? Oh, there it is. Mr. Commissioner Jacobson for record. So during public comment, we heard none of this stuff was in this and whatnot. As far as a decommissioning plan, water usage, power usage, etc., they come at a later time, correct? In this, and so we're not skipping steps to put some of the public comments, kind of make sure we're answering some of their concerns.
Yes, that's right. This is the workshop, so you'll be able to take any input, add that into the ordinance, whatever decisions you want to make. And then this would go through the normal ordinance process, which would allow further public comment and additions or changes through that process. So this is the same process that's used with other planning ordinances.
Thank you, sir.
No more questions? Go ahead.
So why the standard? This is referring to all the application submittals. So the ordinance requires technical studies, again, early in the review process, so the county can understand a project's impacts before land use decisions are made. That allows potential issues related to utilities, transportation, noise, public services to be identified and addressed up front. The application requirements also recognize that final utility agreements often cannot be completed until after the project approvals are obtained. So the ordinance requires evidence of coordination rather than finalized agreements at an entitlement stage. Because construction traffic is significantly different from long-term operations, separate traffic analyses are required to evaluate both phases of the project, construction and operation. And then finally, the decommissioning requirements and financial security provisions ensure that if supporting infrastructure is ever abandoned or removed from service, the cost of cleanup and site restoration remains the responsibility of the property owner, not Lyon County or neighboring property owners. Moving forward to design standards. So section 15.336.17E in the draft ordinance establishes the building and site design standards for data centers. The ordinance establishes a maximum building height of 75 feet, which is consistent with the operational needs of modern data centers while providing a defined height limit. It also establishes architectural design standards for building elevations that are visible from adjacent properties or public rights of way. Buildings are required to utilize durable, high-quality exterior materials, incorporate architectural articulation to reduce the appearance of large uninterrupted walls, and use earth tone or muted color palettes that are compatible with the surrounding environment. So we did put together a picture. This kind of shows what a building may look like as the draft ordinance is currently written. So we talk about changing the facades or the building exterior every 150 feet. So you can see that. We talk about material examples, articulation examples, color examples, and then those prohibited colors to use as a primary color for the building. We do talk about if you wanted to put like a little pinstripe on there that's maybe fluorescent orange to meet the logo of the company, you may be able to do that. But this is just wanted to provide something. Sometimes pictures are worth 1,000 words, so give a sense for what these buildings could look like underneath the draft ordinance.
I do have a question on, well, keep going on it.
So this is the actual text from the draft ordinance. So A, we talk about the maximum building height. 2, we talk about building elevations. So present a cohesive and visually compatible appearance with the surrounding area. Talk about all exterior building materials should be durable, high quality materials. Building elevations exceeding 150 feet in length shall incorporate architectural articulation. These usually come in Changes in material, wall plane, fenestrations, it's just a fancy name of the building codes for windows. And other architectural features that provide visual relief along the property facade. And then we talk about exterior building colors just being compatible essentially with the surrounding area. So we talk a lot about muted colors, browns. Maybe if you've got a little bit of lava rock behind it, maybe get into those reds.
So.
Yeah.
I have Scott Keller for the record. So is there a way that we can put in, especially if it's closer to a residential area, not into to just strictly industrial area, that we can put some kind of architectural articulation as far as the height when you're going 75 foot up, but if we could have something of a break before you hit the 75 on that, what's facing toward the public. That way it's not, I'm not concerned about as much in an industrial area compared to one that residential would see, so that it doesn't look as much of that type of building. And also on the we just toured one up in Story County where they put a lot of windows that aren't actually, there weren't windows to the thing, but they made it look more like a office or a different type of thing. I mean, is that in here?
Yeah, we did put fenestrations, which is a fancy name for windows. I believe the site that I was able to tour with you, also they got a tax credit from the state or something of that along, as far as maybe it's an energy efficient.
Because of the type of windows.
Correct. So there is other incentives outside the existing ordinance as it's written, to put more windows of those types in.
So, and just so you and me both had these kind of conversations, the reason why it might seem that I'm asking you some stupid questions that I already know is I want the public to hear those comments. So I don't want to act like I didn't already know the answer. Thank you.
Right, and then so why these standards? So the design standards recognize that data centers are different from most industrial buildings. They often have very large building footprints, long building elevations that can have a visual presence. The height, material, and architectural standards are intended to improve the overall appearance of these facilities, ensure they are compatible with surrounding development. Requiring facade articulation helps break up the massing of large buildings, while durable materials and muted color palettes promote long-term building quality. And then finally, limiting highly reflective materials helps reduce glare and potential impacts on neighboring properties. So 15.336.17F, we get into setbacks. A lot of varying degree in our research for what these setbacks could look like. So we started with the residential side of things. We have noise standards drafted in the ordinance talking about 60 dBA at the property lines during nighttime, which if you got to do that at night, you might as well meet the standard at the lowest threshold we have, because we do have 65 dBA in daytime hours. So essentially, we took the uses, we did some research as far as decibel levels, had the opportunity to tour a data center as well with the old iPhone decibel reader and get some real world data on that. And basically we took there's an equation for noise and how it decreases over time. It's not a complex equation, but it's equation that's standardized. So basically we took that information, and the residential setbacks are the distance required to make sure you're at 60 dBA at the property line, and that's with no noise mitigation. So no barriers, no vegetation, nothing yet, just a bare open piece of property with the equipment on site. So that's where we started from, and then everything from residential moving to the right to the commercial and industrial. Obviously, those standards just kind of decrease over time, and then once we're at industrial, we recognize that you could have a warehouse next to data center or a data center next to data center, so the setbacks get really tight within that category. But that's kind of how staff generated the setbacks. During our research, there was anything from 100 feet to 2,000 feet, depending on adjacent uses or anything like that. But it felt like this was a good starting point.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Yeah, Commissioner Hockaday, the residential setbacks, I think are absolutely unacceptable. 150 feet, 200 feet. When we look at our solar panel ordinance from a year ago, it's a half a mile and they don't make any noise. they don't bother anybody except for glare and how ugly they are out in the field, but other than that, I definitely think we need to, at a minimum, double these, maybe even triple, to make sure that our residential areas are not inundated with noise or any other problems.
Commissioner Keller, for the record, these are minimum setbacks, right? We can require due to siting locations. Can we,
Through the CUP process?
through that process, require more for the individual ones?
Absolutely.
So it depends on where it's at and what type of.
Correct, correct. And with the residential zoning districts, we had to be a little careful because we do have a lot of BLM land that's zoned RR20. Even though that's probably not their appropriate zoning, but that does impact some of our industrial areas or zoning districts.
If you guys are gonna have conversations, please take it outside. I can't hear what he's saying. Right.
So that also played into maybe the lower setback, and that's why we really relied on, can you meet the noise limit based on the distance? And if you could, that's where we wanted to start. But we did want to throw that out there as well, that a lot of the BLM that backs up to our industrial areas is zone R20, which would force a project to comply with the residential setbacks.
Are we gonna go over the DBAs later on in this?
Yeah.
Okay, so hold that question. Commissioner Casanelli.
Castanelli for the record. Yeah, I tend to agree with Commissioner Hockaday on the minimum setbacks from residential. But I just want to clarify there. I saw in here there is rather large block walls required as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I think we walk a slippery slope when we have varying setbacks to other projects that are allowed in these zoning districts. So we got to be careful on where we put these setbacks. They're going to have to be similar, I think. But my question would be, if we did have large enough properties that these were being proposed for, if there was the ability to have, say, a half-mile setback, perhaps they could do that and not have the need for the block wall.
Sure.
I think, we might need to do a little more language in the setback portion of this.
Absolutely.
Well, excuse me, Commissioner Keller, so like on the substation, stuff like that, that's all going to be on your designs, right? Because each one comes in differently. We can actually position the substations in different areas and put the generators, those type of things away, right? So we're looking, we've got a lot of flexibility.
We do, and with the way the setbacks are currently drafted, if you had a property, maybe with a residential on the west side, and maybe the rest of it was light industrial, heavy industrial, whatever it may be, you also, with the way the setbacks are written, having the building that much closer than everything else, it would benefit to put the building next to the residential, and therefore you also have a further screening mechanism for maybe the accessory uses, whether it's the batteries or if there's any on-site solar or anything like that as well. Which would also maybe produce some more some noise mitigation as well there too. Moving forward, again, just the full text, 336.17F. So section 1, we talk about residential zoning districts. Section 2, we talk about setbacks from commercial zoning districts. And then moving forward, we talk about setbacks from industrial zoning districts. Obviously, those scale down as we get closer to our industrial zoning districts. Setbacks from public right of way. So we are proposing a 75 feet minimum from arterial roads. So those are your highways, state routes, those kind of things. And that is there to provide additional room if there's any more right of way that's needed from the state or maybe from the county. For any projects in the future, we have adequate room to expand those facilities. And that's the same thing moving forward for the 50 feet from collector roads and then 35 feet from local roads. And then we'll just touch briefly on kind of why, again, how we came up with this, why it makes sense to staff. So the setbacks are intended to create greater separation where compatibility concerns are highest. So that's why the largest setbacks are at the residential uses, and the reduced setbacks are allowed adjacent to commercial industrial properties. The ordinance also positions the primary data center building closer, like I said, to residential property than accessory infrastructure. And then by locating substations, battery energy storage systems, natural gas facilities, cooling equipment, other mechanical equipment further from neighboring properties, the main building serves as additional visual and acoustic buffer. The proposed residential setbacks are also supported by, like I talked about, available acoustic research. So just going through, there was a gambit of standards out there. You could take the average, but we just wanted to start with, can you meet the noise requirements where the facilities are should located in the draft ordinance? And then finally, staff reviewed a number of ordinances, like I said, much as 100 feet to 2,000 feet. So this is, like I said, just a starting point. If we want to go up from here, more than happy to as well. And then we just put a picture together, shows some adjacent uses, show the setbacks. There's a breakdown on the right that shows you residential, commercial, industrial zoning districts. Section 4 goes over the setback from the different roadways to arterial, collector roads, local roads. Just felt like this was good information resource to show how the ordinance is laid out without having to read it all. Not all the setbacks are on here, just wanted to throw a couple up there just to show how they're, obviously it's not the scale either, so just a visual representation. So 15.336.17G establishes the landscaping, fencing, and screening standards for data center developments. So the ordinance requires landscape buffers that increase based on the sensitivity of adjacent land uses. So residential properties require the largest buffer, followed by commercial and industrial properties. The standards also establish minimum tree densities and evergreen planting requirements to provide year-round visual screening. Xeriscaping is required to promote water conservation, and turf grass is permitted. If I felt like if we had concerns about data centers using water, it didn't make sense that the landscaping could be a water consumptive use. So we're trying to limit that as much as possible. The ordinance also establishes fencing standards requiring an opaque solid wall adjacent to residential properties and security fencing adjacent to commercial industrial uses. And then finally, all ground mounted and rooftop mechanical equipment must be screened to the maximum extent practical, and substations are subject to additional screening requirements. We put in a 10-foot wall, masonry wall. Together, these standards are intended to minimize visual impacts of data centers, campuses, while maintaining security and compatibility with surrounding development.
Commissioner Keller, for the record. So when we look at the types of the xeriscape, so the types of trees, like that type of thing, is there a thing in our code that kind of makes it not look out of place compared to what's there now? So it blends a little bit.
Just the catch-all, just compatible with, adjacent,
Because some areas have certain types of trees,
right.
And to keep that to look the same using a combination of trees and shrubs. I'd like it to match, especially closer to the residential, to make it so it doesn't stand out. There's that big building.
Right. And that's what we did put the evergreen requirement. Obviously, we want landscaping that's going to be around year round and not have, leaf fall. There is language in the landscaping that talks about drought tolerant shrubs. Usually drought tolerant catches a lot of the Nevada native species. There's nothing really that specific as far as utilizing what's around, as far as maybe whether it's sagebrush or rabbit brush or those kind of bushes that we may see throughout Nevada. But if that's something that you want to throw in there, we definitely can, as far as just overall compatibility with adjacent plants.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Casanelli for the record. On the fencing, I haven't heard anything brought up whether these things pose a big concern for national security. And is there any federal oversight or any federal regulation on these security fences, or No,
Not that I'm
nothing.
aware of. It's, I guess they can go, it's a meter exceed, so if they have security interest, they could build a taller wall. It's kind of up to them. We just wanted to set the minimum
Okay.
at 10 feet.
Is there any way to break those up so they're not a solid straight wall?
Not to my knowledge, there are different types of masonry walls. They also have precast concrete walls, like those verticrete walls that also used around subdivisions that kind of have the center columns and then the wall panels. Those have a lot of interest just because they're easier to put up, quicker to put up. But I'm not aware of any, like,
I've seen some, and that's why I'm bringing it up, is like I've seen it where you go into a residential development and they have the little pop outs where they might have a bush in there, or, you know, it cuts in and out, but it also changes the sound is a wave, right? And anytime you break the wave, it changes it so that it isn't if you had a wall where there's traffic, you're going to hear that sound more unless you break it up, right? And so same thing with sound coming from the place if it was broke up. So I'd like you to look into that to see if there's an opportunity there. That could be done when you're talking to them on each individual project, I guess. Doesn't have to be in this.
so moving forward, this is the full text from 15.336.17G. We talk about the perimeter landscaping, the use of xeriscape ground cover materials. We go through the different requirements based on adjacent uses, whether it's residential, commercial districts, industrial districts. Again, kind of with the setbacks as we get more to where we have industrial touching industrial, that buffer gets smaller. So we have start with a 50-foot landscape buffer adjacent to residential districts, 25-foot adjacent to commercial districts, and then a 10-foot landscape buffer adjacent to industrial districts. And we talk about remaining trees shall be drought tolerant. So anything that is required, that's not supposed to be an evergreen tree, just falls back to the kind of those native trees, deciduous trees, drought tolerant trees. We talk about smart controllers as far as the irrigation system in there, again, trying to make the landscaping water sensitive as well, just like the buildings.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair. For the record, Commissioner Jacobson. So with these buffers, setbacks, really what we are encouraging is for these to be going on agricultural land and not other land, because so I just want to caution us, if we go too much on a lot of these things, the concerns from the public about, well, you know, ag land or whatnot, well, that's maybe where it's going to end up having to go, because we've eliminated any place else. So just for the record.
And I had one question, and that is the only reason why I'm saying this is because I saw it in a different data center that wasn't Lyon County, right? And what they did, it was a very small data center, unique to that area. And then what they did is took an old building and redid it there. They had turf, and that was in a different type of zoning place that they redid it. Are they going to be allowed through the process to have turf?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I guess it would benefit them if they wanted to take it out, if they wanted to save on the landscaping, water use.
Well, it says it's prohibited, right? But I'm saying that we've got to allow, we can allow it.
We can, yeah.
Okay, through the process. Okay, just making sure. Because what they did is there was an older building and there was park benches, and the community wanted it to be in a walkable space. And so they put a lawn in there. Made it into a little park, walking.
All right, moving forward, we get into equipment screening. We break this up between ground mounted equipment and rooftop mounted equipment. Varying degrees on how you can screen it. We talk about architectural walls, decorative masonry walls, equipment enclosures, berms, supplemental landscaping, or a combination of the methods. And we did put in there that chain link fencing with or without privacy shall not be utilized. We trying to get a better product out there. And there's other ways you can get the screening and meet the draft ordinance as proposed.
Commissioner Hendricks.
I just wanted to find out that
If they have rooftop equipment, does that have to still stay within the 75 feet?
No, so we do acknowledge that they can't extend it. Because we recognize that certain equipment's got to meet the operational needs of the building. And we didn't want to limit what type of equipment they had to put on there. So they can't exceed that. So the building height only speaks to the actual building itself, not the equipment. You will have to do some screening there, but we weren't going to limit the height of the equipment just because depending on the building itself, operational, the cooling systems, whether it's air cooled or closed loop system, that equipment needed to be a certain size to meet the requirements of the building itself.
Go ahead.
Then we get into fencing and parking area landscaping. We talk about rooftop mounted equipment, topographic considerations. Within Lyon County, we do have a lot of mountainous terrain. These projects can back up to that mountainous terrain. So we wanted to put a clause in there that says, you have to screen to the extent practical. If someone's on the mountain above you, you don't have to screen from them looking down. So we did throw that in there. Substations shall be enclosed by a solid masonry wall not less than 10 feet in height. We talk about maintenance, so taking care of the landscaping, and then alternative compliance. We recognize that there's not everything out there that we cover in the ordinance. You're always willing to provide us that, and we can, as staff, determine if that's compatible with the ordinance. Fencing, again, solid decorative wall, not less than 10 feet in height next to residential. We talk about security fences, so leaving that kind of maybe open to interpretation for the end user, what that security fence looks like. We've seen, the black wrought iron, it could be a masonry wall itself, depending on what they deem as necessary for their security reasons. And then parking area landscaping, we already have this in county code. We didn't feel like we had to reinvent the wheel there. So this is covered in 15401 as far as the parking area landscaping. And then again, kind of why and how we came up with this. So the landscaping requirements were developed with Northern Nevada's climate in mind by requiring xeriscaping, prohibiting turf within landscape buffers. Like the setback standards, the landscape buffers increase based on the sensitivity of adjacent land uses. The screening standards are intended to minimize the visual impacts of large mechanical equipment and utility infrastructure while recognizing that some equipment must remain unobstructed for operational and safety purposes. And then finally, the ordinance provides flexibility through alternative compliance and topographic exemptions, allowing the standards to be applied effectively across Lyon County. Lyon County is very terrain. And then we've, again, just threw up a picture. We have a 50-foot landscape buffer. We talk about some of the evergreen trees that potentially could be used, some of the deciduous trees that could be used, and some of those drought tolerant native grasses. So the rabbit brush, sagebrush, those kind of things. We also, in the landscape, we talk about breaking up the xeriscaping, so we don't have just a gray sheet out there, breaking those up, whether it's size, color, those kind of things. So that's covered in the bottom right of the picture as well. And then it's also important to note out that if we have the residential setback, right, that 50-foot landscaper is within the setback as it's currently written. It's not an extension, so you don't have 150-foot setback and then another 50 feet of landscaping. So all that's contained within the property as far as standards there. And then we get into kind of the accessory uses. So 15, 336, 17, J and K establish standards for accessory battery energy storage systems and electrical substations associated with a data center. Battery energy storage systems are permitted only as accessory uses and must be located on the same site as the data center. Their primary purpose is to support the operation of the facility, not to function as a standalone commercial energy storage project. The ordinance also requires compliance with all applicable fire, building, and electrical codes, as well as approval of a battery energy management plan by the appropriate emergency response agencies. So we're talking the fire district and maybe Lyon County Emergency Management. Electrical substations are also permitted as accessory use, provided they are customer owned and comply with all applicable utility and electrical standards. and are enclosed by a minimum 10-foot masonry wall. That kind of runs you through J and K. We'll get to the actual full text on the screen here. So the ordinance establishes that a BESS is classified as an accessory use only when it's located on the same lot. It is designed to support the operational stability of the facility. Staff originally wanted to put a limitation, maybe a capacity metric on the batteries, but recognizing that operationally, usually these data centers use the batteries to in that intermittent phase between maybe when the power gets cut off and the generators come on. So that grid stability metric we put in there to make sure that they had adequate storage there to for that interim phase between grid power and emergency generators.
I wanted to expand on that a little bit because like the one that we just went and toured, that battery operation, that BESS system was made to go for 7 seconds. That's what they needed, but they put it in for 30 seconds. So they had 30 seconds before their backup power kicked on or they were in trouble. So it isn't like what people think in their minds of what you have out on a solar field where it's a bigger area. These are very small units for a very small amount of time,
right?
30 seconds. But they planned on only using them for 7.
Absolutely. That's why we took out any sort of capacity metric within this. And then finally, the ordinance addresses accessory electrical substations requiring to be customer owned and intended to serve as the data center. So any substation that doesn't meet that, which is fall underneath our current application process for substations. And then we do put in NFPA 855 for the battery energy storage system. So that's kind of the national standard as far as placement, other factors. A lot of them require most things kind of a bathtub to be around those battery energy storage systems to capture anything that may leak out in kind of a worst case scenario. We talk about battery energy management plans to ensure that Lyon County Emergency Management, local fire protection district have the opportunity to review the project and coordinate emergency response procedures before a battery system is approved, installed, and placed into service. And then finally, the distinction between accessory and principal uses, which I talked about a little earlier. So we have qualifications as an accessory use. If you don't meet those qualifications, you go back to a principal use, and that was already covered in county code. We didn't have to reinvent the wheel there. Usually a CUP process there as well. Next, we get into sections 15, 336, 17, L, and M, which establish standards for accessory natural gas power facilities and emergency generators. So natural gas power facilities are permitted only as an accessory use to a data center. It must be designed primarily to serve the electrical needs of the facility. The ordinance limits their generating capacity to 125% of what the data center or the data center campus needs. Require that all applicable federal, state, local permits are obtained. Those are regulated by the federal government as far as emission standards there. And I believe being an energy provider, they might have to go through the PUC as well. I want to speak out of turn. So together, these standards ensure that accessory power infrastructure remains subordinate to the data center, complies with applicable environmental regulations, and minimizes potential impacts on supporting properties. So again, this is the full text. So we go through the classification criteria for a natural gas facility being on the same lot, not exceeding that 125% threshold, with the understanding that maybe there's a time period where the generator is still producing energy. Maybe the data center campus isn't utilizing that. So maybe they do go above 100% every now and again. So we did want to put a buffer in there as well. Permitting environmental compliance, again, obtain the necessary federal permits, state permits related to emissions, and putting the natural gas facility in place, period. And then emergency generators, we did put that tier 4 certified through the EPA. So this is the highest standard of emergency generator on the market as far as emissions are concerned. I believe the data center campus that we had the opportunity to tour as well had one of these in place. We did verify that. So it's a good standard to hear, to have. We did get some feedback, maybe putting the word or equivalent in there. So maybe there is another emergency generator there out there that would meet those requirements that maybe isn't captured underneath EPA that we could take a look at. So that was some feedback that we did get as well. Talk about fuel and storage tanks, and then testing, maintenance operations, and when those can occur. We wanted to be really diligent with that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Recognizing that this doesn't happen all the time, but they are required through their maintenance and operations to run them for a period of time, whether it's quarterly, monthly, annually, depending on the generator in place. So 15.336.17 L&M establishes standards for those natural gas power facilities and emergency generators. Again, only served as accessory use, must be on the same parcel as the data center. The ordinance limits the generating capacity, requires that all applicable standards, whether federal, state, or local permits are met. The ordinance also establishes standards for emergency generators. Those generators must meet applicable EPA Tier 4 emission requirements, comply with all fire and environmental regulations, fuel storage with regards to fuel storage, and are limited to routine testing and maintenance during daytime hours. Operation outside of those hours is permitted only during an actual emergency. And then together, these standards ensure that accessory power infrastructure remains subordinate to the data center as well, just like the battery energy storage systems. Moving forward, we get to noise standards. So currently in county code, we have a 65 dBA daytime and a 60 dBA nighttime. So this is our industrial standard that currently exists. We felt like no need to reinvent the wheel there again. Just utilize this standard moving forward. So this applies to mechanical equipment, cooling systems, generators, BESS systems, accessory uses, compliance demonstrated via pre-application noise study as well as a post. You can, I guess, post application, but what we're looking to is review that noise study prior to issuing C of L. So we want to make sure that you're meeting the noise requirements prior to someone actually being able to utilize the facility fully. And then that's kind of the last bullet point. And we did put a provision in there. This is kind of a design standard that any vents that would emit noise are pointed upward. That way the noise doesn't transmit laterally to adjacent properties. It can go up in the air and disperse. We did find that other counties and cities utilize this, and it was effective as far as just a written standard as far as noise mitigation. And it's pretty easy to turn the fans up instead of left or right. So this is a full text from the noise standards. Not really a whole lot to go over again here. Talking through what they are as far as the decibel limit, that pre-application component as far as, and then the last one, which is prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Again, the standard was just trying to be consistent with what we already have in county code, requiring a pre-application and a post-construction verification. And then again, that vertical exhaust component. And then we did put together another visual for the public and the board. On the right side of the screen is probably what the attention needs to be focused to, is that 60 to 70 decibel limit is a normal conversation at about 3 feet away from another individual. So that's what we're in the realm of. You go above that, you get into motorcycles, lawnmowers, those kind of things, and below that we get into the moderate rainfall, refrigerator running around 40 decibels. A quiet library is around 30. So just wanted to put some context about what decibels people are used to hearing.
Commissioner Power. So we're not talking about a large noise at the fence line.
No, that's at the property.
Right, at the property line. And so when people are talking one side of the road and you can't hear their conversation, it would be the same thing.
Essentially, yes. All right, moving forward, we have 15.336.17 O&P. This establishes standards for cooling systems and renewable energy. Because water resources are a significant consideration in Lyon County, the ordinance generally prohibits water-consuming cooling systems, including evaporative, adiabatic, open loop, and similar technologies. However, the ordinance does provide a limited exemption for evaporative or hybrid cooling systems that may be approved if they're using effluent or reclaimed wastewater. We also put a provision in there that the applicant demonstrates a long-term reliable source through a binding 20-year supply commitment or agreement. Obviously, we don't want to extend infrastructure to serve somebody if they're not going to take it for a certain amount of time. So we want to make sure that the benefit is also there for the county to extend infrastructure if needed, and then pump that water, maybe extended length or time period or wherever it may be. So we want to make sure we had agreement in place to protect the county there as well.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you, Chair. Casanelli for the record. Yeah, I got a little bit of an issue with that language there. We're saying prohibited, evaporative, on, and then we say conditionally allowed, evaporative. I think we can do a better job on the language with that.
Sure.
I don't think we want to completely rule out evaporative if it's done responsibly, but which you're saying it's conditionally allowed, but just that part where it says it's prohibited.
Would it be better to maybe not outline prohibited cooling types, but maybe allowed?
Well, no, I don't want to do that. I'm just saying maybe say large water consuming cooling systems are prohibited. But I don't think we want to completely get away from evaporative if they're done responsibly. There's some of these data centers also have a humidifier, which technically could be considered evaporative, but they don't use a lot of water. So it's just the language in there, I think, could be cleaner.
Commissioner Hendricks.
Commissioner Hendricks, for the record, could we just put not permitted, since that's how we state a lot of things in our code already?
Yeah.
And then under allowed, Commissioner Keller, it says air cooled systems and closed loop systems, but I think the newer technology isn't even called closed loop, and it has a different one, so or better.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Or something like that.
Well, better. You're right, because they're with that new technology they have where it's individually chilling the chips. That's not a loop system. It's a confined system within that body. So don't want to eliminate that.
Absolutely. So this slide, outlined in red would be prohibited, conditionally allowed, talking about effluent, reclaimed water, and then the allowed uses. And then the renewable energy component is just an encourage, not required to incorporate maybe on-site renewable generation or to offset the consumption via power purchase agreements or renewable energy certificates there. So if there was the ability to do so, and there was ample room on site, we wanted maybe to put that on the property to help maybe limit or mitigate the impact to the grid there. So this is again cooling systems, prohibited cooling types. Great comment for feedback from the board there. Talk about conditional allowance regarding effluent reclaimed water, and then that renewable energy component at the bottom. Just not a requirement, just an encourage to incorporate on-site renewable energy generation in order to procure renewable energy through power purchase agreements or renewable energy certificates to offset electricity consumption. And then, so the ordinance as currently drafted, so it would prohibit water consuming cooling systems by default because we have, the public board, we've been participating in multiple conversations regarding current applications, these kind of things. There was concern about water consumption there. At the same time, the ordinance provides flexibility by allowing evaporative or hybrid cooling systems when they operate exclusively with treated effluent. That treatment process would require a 20-year reclaimed water commitment, and that is intended to ensure a reliable long-term water source while recognizing that cooling technology will continue to evolve. So we felt like it was a good time period there, long enough to where we know there was a binding commitment, but not long enough to where we were prohibiting them from using some other cooling source. And then finally, again, the renewable energy is encouraged rather than required. So this approach supports the use of alternative energy sources while remaining flexible and consistent with Nevada law, allowing developers to incorporate renewable energy where it is practical and economically feasible. Air quality and lighting. For air quality, the ordinance requires that all stationary emission sources, including emergency generators, Natural gas power facilities obtain all required federal, state, and local air quality permits. And comply with the applicable environmental regulations before construction or operation. The ordinance also establishes lighting standards by referencing the county's existing outdoor lighting regulations. All exterior lighting must utilize full cutoff fixtures to minimize light trespass. And the ordinance establishes maximum illumination levels at the property line to protect adjacent properties from excessive lighting. Moving forward, so this is the full text. So again, with air quality, just restating, didn't want to reinvent the wheel here, as far as obtain all the necessary required permits. And then lighting, we refer to existing standards, and then we also talk about the 1/2-foot candles adjacent to residential properties and 1-foot candle adjacent to commercial properties. And then in the next slide, maybe we'll go one more. We did put together another visual here to show you the difference between a 1/2-foot candle and 1-foot candle at the property line. So a 1/2-foot candle is essentially a residential street, a moonlit night, or a porch light area. And then if we get into 1-foot candle, we're looking at commercial parking lots, gas station canopies, and industrial yards. Just wanted to show the difference. It's not, I guess, common terminology or a form of metric. That's essentially the difference as the ordinance is currently drafted. All right, moving forward into section 3, which we'll go one more. We talk about parking. So currently, as stated kind of earlier in the presentation, we use the warehouse standards, which is, I believe, 1 parking spot per 1,500 square feet of building. With that being in place, we have a lot of unutilized impervious area. We have larger retention basins. The data center uses don't reflect the number of employees that warehouse standard would insinuate. So we dropped it back to 1 per 5,000 square feet. With our research, that's kind of going to become the industry standard potentially for these. I have seen 1 per 8,000 feet as well. So it was kind of within that ballpark range between 5,000 and 8,000 square feet. You would get 1 parking slot.
Is there a way that, Commissioner Keller, is there a way that, because I'm looking at if we have to reclaim the property down the road, worst case scenario, that we can have a spot to add the parking lot so where they're not putting structures in the way, so that because if it comes in into a different.
We could implement maybe in the landscaping or design standards, maybe an open space requirement.
I just want to be able to convert it into parking lot.
Right.
So something isn't put up in the way, so that's a designated reclamation area if needed, but not. They can do whatever you need them to do there, but it's got to be able to.
Again, why, like I said, we've been using warehouse standards, which is about 1 space per 15,000 square feet of building. So we feel like the 1 space per 5,000 square feet better reflects data center use, which is lower on-site staffing with a larger footprint. A lower ratio also reduces impervious surface and stormwater burden compared to conventional industrial parking lots. And then the last section is section 4. This is pretty simple. We have chapter 1200 in county code, which is all of our definitions. We just wanted to include the data center definition in that portion of county code. And that way we've made a comprehensive update as far as putting those definitions anywhere someone could go and look them up.
I got another question for you, because I'm just thinking of that parking lot through that, and then you brought up drainage, and that's got to coincide with that drainage, to where if there's going to be a spot where they're going to put in a retention area, it's going to have a spot big enough that we could new future parking lot can go there.
Right. And with that, that's the draft ordinance in a nutshell. Of course, available for any further questions the board may have.
Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, Chair. Not so much a question for, but just, kind of hearkening back to the visit at the data center. Some of the things that facility, does do as well as to conserve energy as they use the heat captured from the data center to heat other parts of the building in the fall, winter, springtime when temperatures require that. The plan for earthquakes, they're all the computers and everything in there is fastened down of earthquake secure. Two-phase fire system, so if someone busted a head or faulty head, it doesn't kick off their fire suppression system, causing a massive problem with the computers or any of their data. If in the closed loop system, if something were to happen to that, it's self-contained, that water glycol mix is contained into tanks, and then hauled off if it's at all contaminated. And probably the biggest aha for me in chatting with the folks there is these data centers. Well, yeah, the data centers. They have to recruit companies to lease or buy that space within that building. They have to have assurances because of the amount of money that they're forking over that their stuff is safe. So these facilities want nothing but safety, or they're not going to get any clients. So that was probably my biggest aha, and going in there, trying to have an open mind was, wow, yeah, that makes sense. These buildings are designed to a safety standard that we probably can't even imagine. There's safety features in there that I would have never thought of, and so that was probably my biggest aha of that trip. So that's just a comment.
Any other comments from the commission right now? Commissioner Hockaday?
Yeah, Commissioner Hockaday, for the record, I just, again, get back to the fact that we're building extremely large buildings for data centers, 24/7 noise level. I still believe that we should make a change and have a further setback for residential area. Once the building's built, we take a noise survey and we find out that, you know what, it's a lot noisier and it's a lot different than someone talking in a low voice next to you. It's just consistent. And I think that we should consider at least increasing that so that we don't have the possibility of too much noise in residential areas.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Casanelli again for the record. I just want to move back to what I was saying earlier on the water. I don't know if I stated it clearly enough, but obviously non-evaporative systems are what we want to see, but I just a blanket, prohibiting. There's so many different types of cooling that are coming out now. I just think it would be more appropriate to set annual consumption rates, something to that effect, so we can be cognizant of the water consumption, but not limit the types of cooling that are out there, because there are so many different types of cooling systems being utilized. But just setting some kind of an annual cap on water consumption.
Commissioner.
Something that I would like to see is I'd like some sort of language in there to discourage putting these types of facilities on public lands. I don't think they belong there. Private property rights are one thing, but the public lands are the public lands.
And at the least, I would add that if it would have to be approved through the commission, any public lands. Any other comments from the board right now? I do want to talk about that. So the dual phase dielectric cooling that they do now is they actually put a metal chip above the computer chip, and they cool the chip. And so they'll drop a gel on that and let it evaporate up, and it comes back down and hits that chip. It never leaves where the chip is. So the heat isn't near as much as what the old ones are. So when you start looking at the ones we have in Georgia, Arizona, everywhere else, it has nothing to do with what we're doing now. That's the whole technology. That's the whole thing there. And as far as water, the one that we toured, they actually don't use the water from that county. They have to import that water in because it has to be so pristine to use in the cooling system that they bring it in. It's cleaner water. So they don't even use water from Nevada. So just wanted to point that out there. So now I will go to public comment if there's nothing else from the board, and see what time is it? You know what? Let's go have lunch, and then it's noon. We'll come back at 1:15. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. We're going to go back right into our agenda item number 5A. And at this point, we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. So we'll start off with public comment again in the room.
Jimmy Shamble. This letter you got from this Brent Lovett. He should be the one writing your ordinance. It's what he has is pretty good. And the only thing I would change on what he's written is the setbacks the same as what you have for the data centers, a half mile. The other question I have is, how does a prefab 10-foot concrete wall block the view of a 95-foot tall building or block the sound of a 95-foot tall building? That seems kind of ridiculous to me. But all the stuff he has in here should be incorporated into your ordinance. A lot of thought went into this, and this to me is a county commissioner meeting. It's certainly not a workshop. My definition of a workshop must be drastically different than anybody else's. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rhonda Moore. There's some things that I would like you to consider changing. These data centers are heat islands, and parking lots are just as bad. I believe the ordinance should be changed to require large shade trees every so many feet in a parking lot to cool the parking lot so it doesn't produce as much heat. As far as the lighting, I believe all the lighting should be dark sky red. You can still see, but it doesn't take from any moonlight or starlight, doesn't disrupt light. Let's see. And the president has recently gutted all of our protections from the EPA. So I would suggest a 1-year moratorium on data centers until the EPA can be sorted out and we have protection from them. Thank you.
Next.
Phyllis Hiskett for the record. I'd like my comments in the minutes. Okay, page 5. You showing that you're requesting a noise study, water and sewage impact assessment, public water, wells needed, hydrogeological evaluations. Does that mean that we can now have an EIS even if it's on private property? If there's any way, I would like that included in the ordinance. By the way, I do believe that there was a very large hydrogeological study done by Copia that was never included in any of the presentations. Setbacks are unacceptable. What happened? The original best setback was a mile. Then you guys started talking half mile. Now you're saying 250 feet. You're taking care of us less than you were before. Height building, the building height, 75 height building at 150 feet from residential is not keeping with Lyon County Master Plan. Quote, the proximity of the natural environment will continue to be an important part of life in Lyon County, where residents will enjoy sustainable supplies of clean water for drinking and agriculture, clean air, wildlife, access to rivers, lakes and public lands, scenic views, and dark night skies. Noise level, the EPA sets the standard at 55 decibels for outdoors with human activities, which would be residential. You have it at 65 and 60 at property line. In the recent presentation that we saw, Copia said that they would estimate that at property line, it would be 60, and that was at 200 feet away, 2,000 feet away. So I don't know how we're going to meet those kind of decibels at 150 feet from the humming buildings and 250 feet from the generators, et cetera, et cetera. So then you set the building height 75 feet with a 10-foot wall. So could you imagine standing at your house, looking up at a 75-foot building with a 10-foot wall? What happened to our master plan? Quote, Lyon County will respect and promote the distinct character and heritage of its communities, strive to retain its rural and agricultural culture, and promote cohesive and high-quality development to improve the overall image and function of its communities. In your vision statement, rural character, quote, rural character and agricultural and mining heritage will continue to be a strong part of Lyon County's identity. We have posted on a big banner across our main street that we are the harvest capital, not the industrial capital. So there needs to be some changes in this ordinance before we set it in stone and have that held against us.
Thank you. Next. Don't clap. That's disrupting the meeting, the same as somebody was booing.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand. I'm from Stagecoach. And I do understand the need for these data centers. We're evolving as a country, as a community. And I am glad to see Lyon County is trying to address the unique impacts from these data centers with these updated ordinances. One of my particular concerns, though, is that a lot of these data centers seem to be using the agricultural property. We can't eat a microchip. I hope that this trend doesn't continue and that we see more of them in the industrial areas. When they're placed in residential areas, and this isn't just the current one, this is into the future, all data centers, that I think that we need some much stronger requirements because of the people already living there. It's going to impact their lives. The setbacks, as said before, I think that those need to be increased when they're in a residential area. The noise, so they say 60 dBA, which is the sound of a human voice. So if you can imagine being stuck in a room for the rest of your life with your weird cousin that never shuts up, that is a continual noise. These data centers are a different kind of noise. They're not something that occurs and stops. They're there continually, and I think that needs to maybe be addressed in a different kind of way, other than just a DBA, a minimum DBA. And the power, this is actually kind of in relation to the MV Energy speaker. He said that they haven't had a brownout or a blackout, but if there were a case when there was not enough power, the question I have is, would they shut off the large load customers or the residential customers first? And then decommissioning, I'm very glad to see that is in there. But what happens if a company suddenly goes bankrupt or just disappears? So maybe like front load it a little bit more. And then light, 0.5 foot candles within 150 feet will cause severe light trespass. 0.5 is 50 times brighter than a full moon on a clear night. So maybe look at reducing that in a residential area to something like 0.05 foot candles. And then just finally, coincidentally, last night I was channel surfing and I came across an old episode of Unsolved Mysteries about the Fallon leukemia cluster and how even today that has not been resolved on what caused that. And I guess when we're doing these ordinances, think about what may happen. We don't know all the contaminants in these. Maybe we do, I don't know. But I just don't want to see this county to become the next cluster of some kind of deadly disease or event. Thank you.
Judith Harker, for the record, I live in Smith Valley. I have several points to address about the ordinance. The average size of a data center right now is about 100,000 square feet. The AI hyperscale data centers, more than 5,000 servers, can be as much as 10 million square feet. And the current trend is to build more hyperscalers. The draft ordinance is kind of one size fits all. It doesn't account for the vast differences in scale between the typical data center and one of these humongous ones. And what I'd like to see is sort of a tiered proposal in how the data center setbacks are configured, the noise requirements are configured, because the impact of a smaller data center is going to be very different from the impact of a larger one. And the larger ones, I think, need bigger setbacks and bigger ways to mitigate the big effects. The ordinance does not mention heat island effects of the data centers. And I just read a study published in March of this year done by Cambridge University, and they looked at worldwide hyperscale data centers and found that after a data center opened, the ambient temperature around the data center increased by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a significant increase. And they also looked at the temperature gradient as you go farther away from the data center. It took, and right up next to the data center, it was about 16.2 degrees higher than normal. And by about 5.6 miles, the temperature increase was no longer detectable. That's 5.6 miles of a circumference circle around the data center to get it to dissipate completely. So I'd like to see the heat effect, the heat island effect, at least looked at in the ordinance. I mean, maybe 5 years from now, when the typical data center is going to use these gel cooling systems, this may not be the case, but I think right now our ordinance better reflect how things are in current sensors that are being built. And what does this heat effect mean for the ordinance? I think we need to address setbacks that also will look at heat island effects, because they're economic impacts for, there's going to be higher costs to cool your house. There'll be higher demand for landscaping and also higher irrigation requirements for cropland in the vicinity of the data center, not to mention the increased fire danger in the perimeter of the data center. I'd like to add a section to the ordinance that requires a heat impact study. And I'd also like to have it controlled by conditional use permits and not a PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Laura Jensen, Urington resident. And I just want to say Urington is a special place. We have no stoplights. We have multiple buildings that have 2 stories, but now we have no buildings that are multi-story buildings. So I think we really need to be cautious and we just slow ourselves down and really look at what we're putting in and how it fits with our town and with our area. We have farming and we have large lots. Any of these buildings that you're going to put in that are going to be multi-story buildings are going to need to have a setback much farther than what's in the ordinance as you have it now. I think we need to really look at how that's going to affect us, how it's going to move away from what our town is all about. And I agree with what everyone else was just saying about the water use. We know the ideal would be the jail, something's, self-contained, but if you look at what's proposed, the data center they're putting in, they're going to use 800 acre feet of water if they get to their 60% reduction of what they think they're going to do. In this climate, they're not going to only be able to use that. They're still going to have to use the water to cool down those fans and have those fans running, which then brings up the decibels of noise from the fans and the generators. So I think we just really need to look at setbacks, at where we're putting it, maybe put separate things for different types of business. It's great that you're putting ordinances together to regulate, warehouses. This isn't a warehouse. We're used to dark skies. We're used to quiet at night. We're used to opening our windows. We want to maintain that. So anything you can do to preserve that would be great.
Next.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Isaac Nicholson. I'm the principal of S3. My company exists to support sustainable development, working both in agricultural, industrial, and residential rather than looking at these things in silos. The work I'm pursuing in this region includes industrial composting that returns carbon to Lyon County soil, advanced recycling and recovered materials manufacturing, non-lithium battery storage without the fire risk this county has good reason to worry about, and autonomous firefighting systems for early wildfire response. Bringing these technologies to the region requires new infrastructures that data center and tech industry investments in the region can enable. I'm here to support responsible development, including cutting-edge data center construction. And that said, I also believe that the county can ensure that the community is well served and protected from negative social and environmental impacts related to data center operation. The county should also, of course, help to enable economic development for the benefit of the region and the community. The concerns raised by the community members at your last 2 meetings are legitimate. Water usage, noise, and air pollution, power, and who pays for the transmission. These are the right questions to ask. But what I'd like to ask you to consider is the difference between proper standards versus prohibitive ordinances, moratoriums, or outright prohibition. Standards say closed loop cooling and minimal or reasonable industrial water use on site and additional power generation. So no ratepayer in Lyon County subsidizes anyone's server. On-site power generation with significant noise and air pollution should be prohibited. Measure sound limits verified after occupancy, not just proposed before it, and local hiring and writing. These are all reasonable and enforceable conditions, and a serious operator will accept every one of them. An operator who won't is simply not the right fit for the region. Prohibition and moratoriums don't get you these protections. Preventing responsible data center development will impede other important regional development that this infrastructure makes possible. So to recap, I'm in support of a well-architected ordinance to guide responsible data center development. Lyon County should write meaningful standards, make them strong and binding, and hold hyperscalers to them. But please don't close the door to important investment in regional infrastructure development that data center development can help enable. I'd also like to add a special note that the Chinese government has poured more than $2 billion into the U.S.
Please address the board.
Economy, specifically for disinformation around data center operations. There's a lot of 20-year-old information running around in pop culture right now. This is our new arms race. This is our new space race. This is national security.
Thank you.
Please consider that.
And before we have our next person, we just had our alarm that you guys all came back from lunch. Please turn your phones off, put them on silent. Thank you. Go ahead.
Zach Spencer with Comstock Inc. for the record. Good afternoon, commissioners. I want to thank you for having this workshop today. I think it's very important. And I also want to thank your staff for all the work that they've done on this. And Comstock owns several properties in Lyon County. And I support responsible development as well as the permissible use of these technologies. And again, I just want to thank the commission, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to the commission. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, Daryl Purcell. And I know I've talked to you guys before about I'm not in favor of taking ag ground and putting it into data centers or solar farms. But the one thing that you really need to watch out is the water. I know you have in there that they're supposed to, but the Department of Water Resources is so backlogged most of the time. You can put in an application this spring. They may not get it done till next year for an ag well. So they need to somehow come back and give you data for what they've used for the year. All the perimeters you put in there that they have to comply to. They need to come and report that somehow, not just count on the state or somebody else to do it for you. And the setbacks, I think, need to be a little further. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Leo Solari. I'd like my minutes to go on the record. Got a few things that I wanted to see that we could post a complete development agreement exhibits calculating the schedules and all the late backups on there, enough to where we can see all the late backups and address this council as compared to the way we did it here, where we didn't see none of this till days before this meeting. Doesn't give us enough chance as a public to research everything. Also, I'd like to see that we choose one binding full build water cap, reconcile with the 100 versus 800 acre feet conflict mentioned. And we can meter monthly and impose an automatic curtailment for violations. There's a lot of this stuff all posted, what we'd like to see, but I really don't like that. We're not seeing anything that like code enforcement. Simple term for it. What are the they say, okay, we went over budget on our water. How much do I owe you for a penalty? But that can't be the case because they have deep pockets. They'll just write you a check for a penalty. We have to have something that shuts this project down until they get in compliance. There's something kind of just personal, should state facts. We can build a Corvette. They can get 600-700 horsepower, still pass smog, but we can't put generators out here that'll be smog efficient, that won't destroy the valley here. Like right now, there's all these fires going on. You can't even see any of the mountains around here. I don't want that to look like that because we didn't put in, there's generators out there. They could build this Corvette. They can get 650 horsepower and pass smog. They have the technology for this stuff. And if money's no issue for these people to build this, how come we're not seeing these generators that are quieter, that are the smog, they don't put out all the smog. No layman terminology for all that, but I know it's out there. And the stuff of running this stuff all night long. It's crazy. It's not just the people immediately living right next there. It's all of us. They don't want to hear this. It affects all the wildlife. So if they're gonna be running this stuff on generators, on gas turbines, and so let's put something in this that shows that they have to, not after it becomes a problem. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Robin Biggs for the record. We've been asking since December of 2027, and it was stated at one point that everything with this Nevada Green Link in Lyon County should have an aerial map showing how this is all connected. The wildlife refuge. There's federal money that developed that. So the setbacks aren't right. It's not right. There's federal monies in there. Our local fire department cannot address any of the issues with the fire and stuff. It needs to go to the state and federal. You can't be pushing this through and go, oh, we'll go get that stuff later after it's approved. This is just wrong. Somebody needs to, several of you need to, on this board here today, to act responsibly, proactive, and be accountable and do service to the community, the wildlife, the people, and make sure that agenda item 6B that is scheduled for this Thursday be removed until they do their homework and put in their paperwork that is supposed to have been done. I take note that the county commissioner, you're not all elected officials. You've got things staggered where people have vacant seats and when it's not an electoral year. So people apply, but you don't always choose the best qualified person. Commissioner Keller, historically, you have publicly ridiculed citizens that are making whispered comments to one another because it's being disruptive and you want to hear what's going on. But when Cobia was running around, when NV Energy's here and our senior planner who lives in Silver Springs is running around, and then they ended up doing a 10-minute recess, which lasted over 45 minutes, that's disruptive. And things still got passed on. You're not giving this information to us soon enough, and that, yeah, it's just wrong. Somebody has to come up, several of you, and say, let's remove agenda item on Thursday B. Because we didn't do our homework as commissioners, and we are listening to the people, and I didn't prefix this, that I want this to be in the minutes. And everybody who speaks should be told that they can do that. A lot of what's being said, and even in the late backup material, people are not putting in there, I want this to be in the minutes.
Thank you for your time. Please refrain from clapping. And I won't let anybody boo people that you support either, so it goes both ways.
Hi, Commissioners. Steph Norby for the record. I'm going to keep this just light and short for you, but I live and work here in Lyon County, and as a Dayton resident, our township has already started to see and feel the beginning of development that is set to come into Lyon County. We are already seeing this. And while the notion of if you don't grow, you die is very true for a lot of rural areas, including our own. I believe growth must be done responsibly and sustainably and provide a win-win outcome for the existing communities and potential incoming businesses. I am in support of this ordinance and taking the time needed to draft it in a holistic, meaningful way that aligns with our existing communities as well as the potential investors coming in. The community has presented a lot of undesirable effects for you today, and it's a lot to consider. However, it's definitely stuff we need to be able to take into account everyone's thoughts and feelings and fears and be able to mitigate the misinformation that is out there as well. But also be able to do that together as a community before we can go out and find and show responsible investors that Lyon County is open for sustainable growth. Thank you.
Next.
Puneet Kalia, for the record. I own and operate an AI native company. And I wanted to just kind of, pitch in, hearing all the comments from the audience, about data centers. And yes, we started with the Industrial Revolution 100 years back. And that was one of the biggest. We built roads, we built arteries, we built railroads inside, we built rivers, canals, all the bridges, everything that we needed to grow. And mind you, the data centers in today's world are those roads, those rivers, those canals that are very, very critical for the future of our country, the future of our societies, and future of our communities, because that is where we are all headed to. I know that all the ordinances that you guys have discussed, some of them are brilliant, and some of them I'm sure you'll continue to evolve. So I really thank all the commissioners and the Board of Commissioners and county to take all the measures that they're doing to make sure that these data centers and anything to do with AI is adopted responsibly. Because at the end of the day, we want technology, we want progress, but at what cost? And whether that cost is, citizens' peace of mind, quality of life, and so on. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room? If there's anybody else in the room that's going to make public comment, go ahead and go over and start signing up.
Good afternoon, I'm Lori Tom, member of the Yerington Paiute Tribe. I'm here to let you know that I was able to listen to the presentation through the workshop. I think there are some things in the ordinance that are needing to have further investigation and review. I don't see an area where there's a seismological report. We do know that there's a big fault line out in the area that this data center is coming. I think that we need to try to get all the information that we can as a tribe and put this through our legal systems, our environmental reviews, and then ability to get consultation from the federal programs that are mandated to work with us. So we would like to be able to have time to reserve our initial comment, I would think, and be able to submit that to this commission. I also state that the item 6B should be removed from the next agenda. I believe that you need to get the rules in place before you start approving applications. And it was told to me at the Planning Commission that if the rules are approved after the application is grandfathered into current standards. So I don't think anybody should be grandfathered in. I think we should do this responsibly, and I think we need to make sure that all of our bases are covered and that our people will be able to sustain living in this valley for eternity. Thank you.
Public comment?
Hello, Commissioners. Corrado DeGasperis, 16-year Nevada resident in Story County. Part of Comstock Inc., also Comstock Metals, which operates in Silver Springs. Sierra Springs Enterprises, which his entire platform is in Silver Springs, and also operate the Silver Springs Regional Airport. Most of our businesses are about 5 to 6 years old. Most of them are new, except for the mining. And all of them are based on sustainable, responsible development, especially the solar panel, where we're keeping these hazardous materials out of landfills and reusing these critical materials productively. We applaud the workshop and the effort. I was, very impressed by the amount of work that the staff and now apparently the commissioners have been involved in putting this together. We are strongly supportive of data centers being a permitted use. I do want to just make a little bit of a different comment. We're seeing incredibly rapid evolution, in this industry. Even these big mega scales, cloud type notions becoming small, like land, power, data, compute, factory. Businesses like that we're not even thinking about, that are not monstrous, but they are integrated with data and with compute. It's like we didn't envision Uber and we didn't envision, some of these internet-based businesses. We can't envision what's about to happen here, but it's tremendous and it's actually happening, and it's happening in almost a breathtaking space. And so what that translates to me to think about with this, because we are super interested in responsible development. We always have been. We feel we have strong credibility there, is that these standard-based ordinances are critical. They're critical for the county to be able to regulate good use, and they're critical to be able to advance and capitalize on opportunities that we can't even think about yet. However, some of the prohibitions, which are addressing a specific fear, some which is rational, some which is not, I think are going to preclude unintentionally some things. So in the areas of noise, I think if something's really noisy, it should be set back really, really far. If it's not really noisy, it shouldn't be set back really far. And I think in the case of water, and this is one thing in particular, if someone's using little to no water or a normal amount of water, a normal amount of industrial use on industrial property with industrial water rights, we shouldn't prohibit that because it's already allowed in similar applications. So I would argue the CUP process, which gives nobody a by right, no one has a by right entitlement, right? You get to decide if this is a good, responsible development for the community or not, rather than outright prohibitions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Marlene Begay. I'm actually from Schurz, member of the Walker River Paiute tribe. The Walker River Paiute tribe is a landowner. We own the Stanley Ranch, which is in Lyon County. That's why we're interested in this ordinance. But the other thing is, the biggest thing here is water. We went to court for 40 years. I was part of that for our water rights, and we're going to protect those water rights. There's a precedence that says groundwater is linked to surface water. So any type of water transfer that this project will be trying to get, we're going to protest it, every single one. And I don't know if you commissioners know, but every water right transfer is not always under the company's name. It still could be under the farmer's name. And it's really hard to detect. So that might be something you want to consider in your ordinance, is to protect those water rights, because it's going to affect every single property owner. When we went to court, we had to serve every single property owner for their water rights. And I would hate to see this go to another big court case. The state does not, like someone said, they don't have the staff to do this. As a tribe, we might have the federal government behind us to protect those. We might not. All these years, we were fighting the farmers for our water rights, fighting RID, but RID didn't know we weren't the ones they had to protect themselves from. They had to protect themselves from this, because it's going to affect your water. And look outside and see the smoke. That's how it's going to be from now on. You can throw out all the facts and figures. I've lived here almost 70 years, seen our lake die. Your valley's going to die. Because this is not the start. This is only the start of these data centers. I don't know where all you live. I heard nobody lives in Yerington. But once they start here, it's going to continue. Fernley, Hayes, I don't know about Hayes and Fernley, Silver Springs. I know Silver Springs is already there. It's only the start. And Nevada's the driest state in the union. I mean, we have no water. There's a lot of misrepresentation on how much water this is going to use. I just feel really bad for this community, because I think it's just the end. My kids, if they lived out there, I would move. And these people can't even move because they probably can't sell their property now. Who wants to live next to a data center? Where are they going to move to? They can't afford it.
Thank you. There any other public comment in the room?
For the record, Jim Shaw, once again, after listening to what I've listened to all morning in regards to this, one thing that I would say is that your ordinance should be set up to where each and every data center or anything that is probable to be done should be on its own merit, because of the water, because of electricity, because of the environmental impact on what's there. So to make it a one size fits all, to me is wrong. I asked during the break about pristine water was brought up. So I find out that pristine water is being shipped in from Missouri because of what it has to go through. We have no pristine water in this valley. I'll tell you right now. Your river water can't be used on your green vegetables because of the problems that we have with the E. coli. Our drinking water, we have a problem in this valley with it. So to have pristine water, we don't have. So how you get your water or how they get their water and how they get their electricity, in my opinion only at this point, you need to take and put each and every one of them on its own merit and not have a general ordinance that would fit each and everything. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comment?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Katie Calhoun for the comments. For the record, excuse me. I'm just gonna point out, there's a lot of people here today that could take time off, which is great, but there are a huge number of people that couldn't make it today. And I think there was some confusion because the workshop kind of gave us the assumption that maybe we would be able to ask questions and get some answers. We did, I know I went to the meeting, the presentation, and I didn't get a lot of answers from Copia Power. I also know that the change of ownership is in the works, so there's a lot of confusion. Also, hyperscale and the normal data centers you guys are comparing to, it's so different. It's so different, and I need you guys to understand. I need you to really look into this and understand the difference, because this is way bigger than anything that's been built. This is the second largest data center to be proposed in the United States. In Yerington, coming here to Yerington, huge. Okay, we don't have anything that we can look at and say, oh, okay, these guys have built this. They know what they're doing. It's a done deal. We're good. We're reassured. We feel good. No, we're nervous and we're scared. We live here. I know you guys don't live here, but I know this is your responsibility and we're relying on you to make the responsible decision. My kids are growing up here. And I want to just guarantee that they're going to grow up with the same land that I grew up in. I could run free anywhere, you know? And slowly, these guys are going to creep in and just keep taking. And they're huge. These aren't small. These aren't finite. They're massive. And we need to really look at the impacts of the ones that have been established and see what the people are saying. Not this pretty picture on paper. Yes, anything can look pretty on paper, but we're talking about real lives and real people in my community. And these people matter. Their voices matter. They're showing up. I'm tired. I'm tired of trying to prove to you guys that this is dangerous. Nobody knows. I'm not an expert. You guys aren't experts. We're all flying blind. Please, just consider that we don't have time to fully understand the impacts or implications, and halt this, pause it, remove it, whatever you have to do to protect my kids and their kids and their kids, because this is literally something that we can't prove. You can't guarantee me that it won't contaminate the water during construction. Nobody can guarantee us that. You can't guarantee that the blackouts won't occur and the system has to keep running, and who gets cut first? The people. When it's hot. We live in Nevada. It's dry. It's barren. It's desert. I know you guys say that the water isn't an issue. My issue isn't so much the water being taken and the amount, it's the possible contamination. If the water gets contaminated, these are forever chemicals we can't remove.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? If there's any more, please go over there because I'm going to go right to the online here in a second. I'm not going to continue to wait for someone to get out of their seat. So everybody knows I don't see anybody over there. Well, I got one coming. If you're not in line coming up, I'm going to be shutting off the ones in the room and going to online. Go ahead.
Well, I've been listening very carefully to the messages that the audience has been
Please
offering.
address the board.
And the quote comes from a very famous poem of hundreds of years ago. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. I'll leave you with that thought.
Thank you. Next.
Margot Easley, Stagecoach, Nevada, and I'd like to go on record. One of you asked about, was there any way to have the money for remediation and removal? And they didn't seem to address this really well, in my opinion, in the ordinance. You can put and request an escrow amount for every community that has any data center. And it could be $25 million. These people have the money. They have no problem. That money stays in escrow, just like, you know, when you buy a house, you put some money in escrow. Well, that's how it works. It is never spent unless the thing dies and needs to be cleaned up. You have the money right there, and it's in the community that it affects instead of spread out all over Lyon County. That's the only fair way to do it. And so I would really strongly recommend that you put an escrow. And the other thing is, it's going to keep these fly-by-nighters who are going to come, because if whenever you have a thing that's really selling, I know because I'm in sales, man, you have all these other people that come in. It'll keep the people that don't have the money and don't have the resources from saying, okay, we're going to land here in Lyon County. You'll have the people who are responsible, the people who do have the money and have the ways to do things correctly. And hopefully, I hope you'll pay attention to a lot of the stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in there. The ordinance was a very good beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
James Rosashi, for the record. I lived here 42 years. The penalties, if they don't do what they say they're going to do, can't be monetary. Because it doesn't matter. They've got the money. I don't care if their equipment is bolted to the ground. If there's an earthquake, I care if their closed loop system gets severed and dumps chemicals into the ground. I care if the lithium batteries get damaged and dump chemicals into the ground. If they catch fire, the chemicals they have to use to put them out is what I care about. I don't care if their equipment falls over. There was 2-3 weeks ago, there was a lady here from the USGS talking about how half the faults in the state are not mapped. They do not know where they are. That 30, 40, 60 years ago, 6.0 earthquakes were regular here and that we're overdue. And they don't know where the faults are, so they can't plan on there being no damage. It just, I don't understand how us asking that stuff to be looked at before it's built and before the votes go through is seen as unreasonable. That seems ridiculous to me.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment in the room. I'm going to go online. Start off with Trey Abney.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Trey Abney, and I serve as Executive Director of the Nevada Data Center Alliance. At the outset, I'd like to thank the board and county staff for your significant amount of work that has gone into developing this draft ordinance. Very late last week, the Nevada Data Center Alliance submitted a detailed comment letter outlining several technical recommendations for your consideration. And rather than repeat that letter here this afternoon, I just want to emphasize a few broader principles from that. First, I want to be very clear. The Alliance supports Lyon County adopting a data center ordinance. Planning ahead is good government, and we appreciate that the county is taking time to establish expectations before major projects arrive. We also believe that data centers belong in appropriately zoned industrial areas and should absolutely be held accountable for the impacts they create. But we also believe they should genuinely be regulated like every other industrial development. Land use decisions should be driven by impacts, not by labels. If two industrial uses create similar impacts, whether they have smokestacks or computers inside of them, they should generally be regulated under the same objective standards. That's why one of our primary concerns is that portions of this ordinance, the proposed ordinance, regulate data centers differently than other industrial developments with comparable land use impacts. For example, the proposed ordinance creates separate standards for issues like noise and lighting that apply only to data centers. If the county believes those industrial standards should be strengthened, that's certainly a policy discussion worth having, but we would respectfully request and suggest that those standards be strengthened for all industrial development, not just one industry. The same principle applies throughout much of the ordinance. We encourage the county to continue emphasizing performance-based standards over technology-specific regulations. And as you know, technology changes rapidly, sometimes daily. Good ordinances regulate outcomes, compatibility with neighboring properties, public safety, environmental performance, etc. One additional discussion point earlier this morning did give us pause. We heard some discussion about requiring developers to reserve land for a future parking lot, for example, in the event a data center is someday converted to another use. But we respectfully question whether it's appropriate to regulate a hypothetical future land use that may never occur. If a property is redeveloped decades from now, that future project should be reviewed under the county's code and parking standards in effect at that time, just like any other proposal. Requiring one industry to permanently reserve developable land for speculative future use appears inconsistent with how everything's regulated today. We have the same concern about a decommissioning requirement found here. We respectfully question requiring data centers to post financial assurance when comparable permanent industrial buildings are not subject to the same requirement. If Lyon County does not require warehouses, manufacturing plants, or distribution facilities to provide financial assurance against future closure, we believe that there should be a clear land use justification for treating data centers differently. And finally, we encourage the board to ask your district attorney to carefully review this legal foundation if you're going to apply substantially different development standards to one industrial use as compared to another. We fully recognize that you have broad authority over land use decisions, and you have an opportunity to become Nevada's model for responsible data center development. We're not here asking for a special set of rules. We're simply asking that data centers play by the same rules every other project.
Thank you. App Associates Incorporated.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Pamela Gurr. I'm a local business owner and coordinator of the Lend Your Voice community polls you have been receiving lately. Thank you for your engagement today and to your staff for their work drafting the efforts in drafting the ordinance. The draft is a solid foundation. It begins to address important issues around water, noise, traffic, and infrastructure, leaving many of the specific details requiring further development and with meaningful community input so that they become clear and enforceable protections. A single public comment period is not enough. I urge the board to require a formal community engagement and oversight process that begins at the application stage, continues through approval, and remains in place during construction and operations. This process should include required dedicated public meetings, a clear written Q&A system with response timelines, regular public reporting, and ongoing community oversight. All of it should be secured through a binding community agreements so residents in all districts have a real and lasting seat at the table. Without that structure, even good standards will be difficult for the community to monitor and enforce responsible growth. Please build on the progress made today by directing staff to include the stronger engagement framework in the next version of the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. AO, please identify yourself, full name.
Hi, my name is Kiki Yong, and I fully oppose all data center development within the Truckee River watershed and beyond, and request a moratorium for any future data center development, including for the Monarch Data Center. After listening to the draft ordinance presentation, I am even more concerned for the future of Lyon County. What's interesting is that in the existing ordinances elsewhere slide, you listed Loudoun County as an example of having notable standards for sound. What you failed to mention was the health damages that residents of Loudoun County are currently facing. A new independent analysis from the Empower Analytics Group from March of this year finds that emissions from the Vantage data center's permitted on-site power system in Loudoun County could result in $53 million to $99 million per year in health-related damages, driven primarily by premature mortality as well as respiratory and cardiovascular disease. Moreover, from your definitions, you listed battery energy storage systems as a system consisting of batteries, inverters, and related equipment designed to store electrical energy and discharge that energy at a later time. A BESS may include lithium-ion flow or other battery technology. Over a year ago, on January 16, 2025, the Vistra Moss Landing Energy Storage Facility, about 20 miles south of Monterey, burned for several days and distributed a fine layer of heavy metals across the entire landscape. Today, a cleanup of the facility is still ongoing as long-term health and ecological impacts linger. The cause of the Vistra fire was unknown, but the blaze, which burned anywhere from 55% to 80% of the site's lithium-ion batteries, was the largest fire at a battery storage facility to date. Recent peer-reviewed research showed that after the fire, a thin layer of dust containing heavy metal particulates settled in the area. Ivana Ayeo, a professor of marine geology at San Jose State University, estimates that the metals detected only account for 2% of the potential particulates. He states, "What we found was a fraction of what potentially could have been released." How does that bode for the residential areas located near the Monarch Data Center in one of the fastest warming areas in the country? And we know we've been experiencing more and more fires. In addition, where will the contaminated water from data centers be disposed to? And how do we ensure accountability with the water and traffic studies? Within the ordinance, it does not state that they need to be independent studies, only that they need to be quote unquote qualified engineers. How do we guarantee that there's no level of corruption with developers hiring their qualified engineers? I've spoken to several members of the Walker River Paiute Tribe and Yerington Paiute Tribe, none who were meaningfully consulted about Monarch. Meaningful consultation means more than just sending a letter to tribal nations. It means calling and visiting members of the tribal councils and elders in tribal communities. It means hearing and engaging with people and understanding what they want. It is not a weak attempt at reaching out and putting the burden of engagement on tribal communities. Tribal nations have been here for time immemorial and are the original stewards of the land. Honor tribal sovereignty and honor the Walker River Paiute and Yerington Paiute tribal resolutions.
Thank you. Leah Wilkinson?
This is Leah Wilkinson. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. The data center ordinance is for all of Lyon County, and I appreciate all of our neighbors beyond Mason Valley for attending this workshop. Tens of thousands of dollars were spent to develop the current master plan. Homeowners and developers utilize the master plan to invest their hard-earned money in a house or in a business. A rancher wanted to change his zoning of agricultural residential to special project. The neighboring residents gave a resounding no to planning commissioners and board of county commissioners who still passed the rezone to special project. When a property owner says, "It's my land and I can do whatever I want with it," this is wrong. Why did the Board of County Commissioners cave to this? What happened to the importance of the rancher's neighbors who live next to said property? It is a community leader's prerogative to change their decision when provided with new information. And I think all of us who've been coming to these meetings for the past year are asking you to do this. Change your decisions. Are there any alternative locations for the data center other than this residential agriculturally zoned area? Will local homeowners who are for this data center consider trading their homes with the homeowners who live near the proposed data center? I don't think you'll find any takers for that. I hope that you, the county commissioners, listen with open minds to all the people that come before you, even though it does appear that you already have your minds made up. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Ross.
Yes, thank you for your time. Catherine Ross. I'm a principal at Greengate Data Centers and an expert on sustainable data center development. So to clarify, I'm not associated with the Monarch development or any developments in process in Lyon County. I wanted to commend the commissioners and the community on your commitment to responsible long-term environmental stewardship. I think it's important to note here that we need data centers not just for artificial intelligence, but to enable compute infrastructure to power American businesses, personal internet usage, mobile devices, etc. In recent years, our industry has made significant strides in sustainable development, and I'd like to encourage the county to consider partnering with developers that share the values of the county and what we're hearing from the community. The signals that we want to look for are data centers that are responsible water stewards utilizing waterless and low water cooling technologies. For example, Google and Microsoft have net zero water commitments. We want to look for that type of values alignment. We also want to look for lower emission and low noise power generation infrastructure. For example, fuel cells provide an electrochemical reaction, which is silent, doesn't have emissions, and doesn't impact the surrounding community. Where we do have noisy generation, we certainly can look to have setbacks and scrubbers. We want to look for high integrity developers that have always and will continue to include environmental impact assessments as part of their core site selection process. As part of the hearings, I wanted to express concerns around the decommissioning requirements specifically. I've done deep research into decommissioning over the past 8 years. In my 15 years as a data center developer, I have yet to see a data center decommissioned. And my concern here is that it'll bring up technical and structural issues around the financial insurance requirements, considering that we have no comparative use cases for decommissioning data centers here in the US or globally. Primarily when a data center has reached end of life, which we do not see happen, we will see it brought back to second life as another electro-intensive industrial operation. So given that, I think it makes the most sense to have parity with the requirements for industrial development across Lyon County and not as part of a bespoke ordinance that may be very challenging to structure technically. So just to reiterate, there definitely are bad actors in development, but there's also many high integrity data center developers that share the values of sustainability and long-term environmental stewardship with Lyon County and with the community. And it's really critical to be discerning about who you are inviting into the community to develop. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Justina, yellow hair.
Hello, Justina Yellow here. This is a workshop. We need more than 3 minutes to express our concerns with this ordinance because this ordinance does not protect our public safety at all. One thing I wanted to mention was the setbacks. Everything regarding the setbacks that you're saying is about noise. Noise is just one part of it. These setbacks, 150 feet, it does not stop air pollution, diesel exhaust, fine particle matter, chemical releases, or contaminated smoke if there is a fire. I don't have much time, but I hope that you guys read the 11-page letter that I emailed you all individually on my remarks on each of this. You need to take our health into consideration regarding all of these data centers. It's proposed that Lyon County is going to be the #2 hub for data centers in the nation. And one thing I haven't heard you guys talk about is your concern with the air quality. That's my biggest concern because we all breathe the same air. So all of these multiple data centers are being built together. We are exposed every day from emissions from the diesel generators, the natural gas facilities, construction equipment, all of that. It was really sad to see in your ordinance, all you had there was just that these centers needed to have the air quality review, or I'm not the review, the what do you call it? The approval, whatever that's needed, but we need a lot more than that. This is the air that we're breathing. There's been a lot of studies showing how these emissions impact our health. You need to include at least 1 year of baseline air monitoring before construction. You need to see what the public air monitoring is throughout the life of the facility, monitoring stations located between the facility and nearby neighborhoods, not just at the property line. We need to have public reporting on monitoring results of seeing exactly what is being put into our air. And it's not just from the data centers, it's for these new gas plants that you are going to allow these data centers to be building as well. This is probably the number one thing that's going to affect our health is these air pollutions, with the second with all of the chemicals. You really need to consult with some experts and not just go tour the data centers and hear whatever the data center people are going to tell you. They'll tell you anything that sounds good. You really need to take some time and consult some actual experts. Please include more strict air quality. Air.
Can you pronounce your name?
Yeah, this is Johnny Lau. I'm resident of Sparks actually, but I work out there USA Parkway right now with data center. I worked at 3 data center around here, so I just want to give me. I'm not for or whatever, but the thing is, let you guys make decision. I just want to clarify some of the things that people concerned they have. You guys hear me okay, right?
Yes.
So first thing, talk about noise. The noise, they have a really kind of soundproof wall in the data center. If you didn't work close to 3 feet, you couldn't hear nothing. So all those decibel thing on there, out the door. The diesel engine, that's another thing, okay? So diesel engine, the only thing that kicked in when the power generator went out. So MV energy, that's on your part, right? If you never went out, we never went out. So the other thing is, once in a while, they do have to do testing. So that is the smoke will come through your diesel engine. That is the only time has some external noise that you can hear. Just like big truck going down the freeway, do a low speed, those kind of thing, right? So I want to clear that as well. Now, the other thing is I want to talk about lighting. The lighting, the parking lot, they can do all kind of lighting they have. I mean, there's so many lighting. I had to bring this to China, bring in China market again, those kind of lights they produce. They can literally go down straight to the parking lot instead of, and they can turn this off also. A lot of data center, they implemented sensor lights, meaning if nothing showed up, the light all dark. They prefer darkness, actually, just let you know. All right, that's one thing. And the other thing is, I'm still going to data center day in, day out for 2 data centers that is new on Story County, which is not on your county. But the thing is, a lot of new technology coming that will improve cooling systems, like liquid cooling. They are all contained. That's another thing. The water cooling is contained and looped. And they are building big one. I don't know, you drive up to USA Parkway or not. They're building one right by a switch on the left-hand side there if you're going northbound. So these are all contained. Actually, apparently, the sewer plant in Sparks, now they do not release the water, treatment water, to our Truckee River, which is really great news. They actually use it, pipe it all the way down. They pay for it, okay? We didn't pay any cents. They pay for it. They track all the water out there through the pipes, through up the hill, and then they have a big ponds up there, and also they have a tank, going to be a big one, close the loop to cool stuff. that's all I want to bring up because I'm kind of day in, day out thing in a data center. And then with all the new improvement right there, and then just for the heck of it, our new generation right now, just let you know, okay, all the generation that we have, the younger generation, we do need.
Going to Gary.
Good afternoon.
Gary?
Yeah, good afternoon. Gary Hensel, Stagecoach Ranchos, Lyon County resident. Thank you to the commissioners and the public for all participating today. I would like my conversation and notes to be recorded in the minutes. Earlier today, one of the commissioners, and I'm sorry, I don't have your name. One of the commissioners mentioned that he had the opportunity to do a field trip to a data center, and he learned many things, and it was explained how they've got new technology, and it all sounded good. Thank you, sir, for taking your time and going to that data center. I applaud you. However, that whole scenario sounds a lot like going to the Fox and asking him about the new security system he's put in on the hen house. Secondly, I have a simple question or test for all the commissioners. If your property was adjacent to this proposed data center or any data center, if you could honestly look in the mirror and look the citizens in the eye and say, I'd vote yes anyway, then God bless you. Please vote yes and put the center in if you can do that. However, if you don't want to live next to a data center and you want to protect your family and your property, then you would vote no. The citizens of Lyon County deserve the exact same treatment that you would give your family. Otherwise, you are unaccountable to the voters who put you in office. Thank you and good luck.
Jefferson M.
Show up, give a comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jefferson M. For the record, I'm a Yerington Paiute tribal member and Yerington resident, and I'm here today to urge our county commissioners to oppose the Monarch Data Center, or at the very least, impose a moratorium until health and agricultural impacts can be adequately reviewed. I'm worried about the negative health and environmental impacts this data center poses. I have a 7-year-old son and fear for how his life and health can be affected. This data center has serious potential to negatively impact our water security with its treated cooling water, our air quality with the on-site 500 megawatts generators, and our quality of agriculture. This data center is ultimately playing a form of Russian roulette with our quality of life and ability to thrive in Western Nevada. Please reconsider any support for this data center and prioritize our future generations and stay true to the identity of Harvest Capital of the Copper Hills. Thank you.
Mark Jones.
Thank you very much. Mark Jones for the record. Listening to this today and stuff, it seems like to me that the rules we're setting now are for future projects. I don't see how somebody who's filed all their plans under the old rules, how their goalposts can continue to be moved. They should be grandfathered in, and this new rule system should go to new projects. These other guys, I would imagine, are quite a ways into this thing already. So, but it was my understanding that these guys would be grandfathered in, and this was more towards new projects. Thank you.
Well, there's nobody else online. And we'll close public comment now. So bring it back to the board. Bring up our community development director. Is there anything that the board wants to?
Yeah, Commissioner Hockley here. Are we going to be recommending some changes? And if so, are we going to be accepting those or looking at later date or bringing this back with those possible changes?
So we did the items for discussion and possible action in case the board wanted to make any motion with required changes for staff to look at. We did take pretty thorough notes. We'll go review the minutes again to make sure that the next draft is taking into account all the feedback, most of it at least, that we gathered today. Sorry. So we will gather all the feedback from the room. The agenda item was for discussion and possible action. So if the board wanted to make a motion today to request certain items be included in the next draft, more than open to do that. We did take all the notes. We'll review the minutes as well. So we have all that feedback, and we'll make those edits as needed.
Oh, I didn't have any concerns with anything that the board had already said. But I would like to go down the board and see if there's anything else that you want to discuss or put out there. So we can start with Commissioner
As
Austin.
far as changes, I did want the setbacks for residential to be set. I wasn't suggesting a half a mile. I was just saying that we did that for solar panels. I would look at possibility of at least going to 300 feet for residential. And I would propose that as a change. Basically we were doubling the distances down the list for residential zoning.
We'll get them all and then we can kind of go over them. Commissioner Casanelli? Is that what you had, Commissioner Huckabee? Yeah. Commissioner Casanelli.
Casanelli for the record. Yeah, and I already brought up the water earlier, all that language on the cooling systems and also on the setbacks. I would concur with a minimum 300 feet and include the wall. And I appreciate all the comments. I think some things that came out of that discussion. I don't know if we can address somewhere in the ordinance. I know NDEP is supposed to monitor. I don't know if we can address their air quality somehow in there, or at least mention NDEP's involvement in monitoring air quality. I think it's a good idea to look at the generators, perhaps have a small requirement, emission scrubbers, things like that spelled out, or if that is something that NDEP already has a code for, but I think it would be responsible to at least address that in our code. Something else that came up, the obvious differing sizes of the data centers. We've got some that are relatively small in comparison to the hyperscale. And it's my understanding that the hyperscale, which is what, 5,000 plus servers in these things, they're tending to take a larger footprint rather than expand vertically. They tend to expand horizontally. So the impacts are obviously different regarding the two, which would translate into differences in setbacks and things like that. So I don't know how we can maintain consistency in our code, but still draw some kind of, difference between these or discernment between the two when you have a smaller versus a hyperscale. But anyway, that's my two.
Mr. Hendricks.
Yeah, I think maybe we might want to take a look at adjusting the setbacks based on building height. That might be a good way to deal with that. And I also would like to look at the public lands piece as we discussed.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair.
Rob Jacobson, for the record. So I guess I need some clarification too. These guidelines we're establishing today will be in effect for all data centers,
Correct.
even the ones that have put in and.
Oh, no. So if you have an application, so the ones that we've already received applications for are reviewed under the codes that were adopted at the time the application was turned into the county.
Okay. So the other thing that all applications have to put in what they anticipate for water usage. I believe they called it, oh boy. Water usage efficiency and power usage efficiency. Will they be, is that something in there that we can ask?
That, well, from my understanding, those are becoming a common metric to show how efficient the buildings are based on whether the power side of things or the water. It's not something that's specifically included in here, but we can add those terms and kind of the methodology behind them and maybe some requirements to stick to. So I think it's, you want to be like a 1 or below usually on that rate.
Right. So 0.1 would be excellent, but anything over 1 would be exceeding standards. If I'm got that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
So another thing of clarification. So under the PUD process, which is something all into the PUD process, right?
Under the PUD process.
For the data centers, right? They're all going to be, we can look at them harder on that.
Yeah, there is more stringent standards in the PUD separate from the application submittals that are in this ordinance as drafted today.
So when they go to build, they have to be their PUD process, right? Or CUP?
PUD or CUP. PUD would allow, typically the PUD process allows for multiple uses to come in on one parcel still, or multiple parcels. The CUP process is the findings are a little different, PUD versus CUP. The application requirements, however the ordinance and its final version come out to, those would apply. But the PUD tends to be a little bit more granular as far as some of the technical aspects of it. But we feel like the ordinance would cover most of what the concerns from the public are. The PUD is mostly set up for industrial, but mostly some of the standards are residentially focused. So this would help supplement that process.
What I'm trying to, this is a supplement to those, but they're either going to be a CUP or a PUD, right?
Correct.
And so when we're looking at tiering them or where they fit in different areas, they're already going to be under one of those two.
Correct.
Classifications in which we can dive deeper into and have more restrictions. These are minimum setbacks we can require in that process, a farther setback because of its like these hyperscale things that are we can set up the height and everything else in that PDU process, right?
Absolutely.
So that's already available to us in that process.
That's correct.
So this is just the standard to get us there. The height is like the minimum, the maximum height. That's what they're setting. In other words, you come in, we can say, no, we want this height and then go in farther to get a higher height. So this isn't the end all. This is the standard.
Meet or exceed.
So I also wanted to hit on, everybody's hitting on all this noise and everything. And it's my understanding that this is all the generators are secondary. So being secondary, they don't run. They only run in case of emergency or testing.
That's correct.
And so it's only a certain period of time. And the testing part, I don't see why we can't require them to let us know when they're going to test and make sure that they can't do testing on the weekends or holidays or any other time that's going to interrupt people's lifestyle. So, maybe we could do the testing. We can't do anything about emergencies. The noise, we're holding it to the same standard as everything else we have in the county. Right? Excuse me. You had your time, you had your time to talk. I am talking right now.
Okay, well, thank you.
Do I need for you to leave the room? I'm asking you, stop interrupting the meeting.
Okay.
So everything right now in the county is at that same decibel.
That's correct.
So we're not making anything stricter on them than anybody else at the gas station or your residential. There was a comment that said that the industry, I think it was addressed to the DA about making sure that we could, my suggestion on parking. So maybe if they want to have that fight, maybe we require them to have the same amount of parking as everybody else. We just don't require them to pave it.
We can definitely take a look at that.
So, I think the setbacks, I think that I agree with the setbacks, but I'd like you to bring us back clarity on that because Mayor, the 300 feet, I'm also seeing what we, possible because of the height.
Mhm.
So maybe, can you bring us back a kind of a hybrid so we can have that discussion when we look at this again?
Yes.
Is that all right with everybody?
Possibly create a standard setback for up to a certain height, and then anything over that, we can work on a ratio.
You heard the concerns, just try to address it so that we can have that at the next thing. This is just a workshop. This isn't I want to tell the public, we did hear everything and we heard a lot about data center, particular data centers. And we're not addressing that. That Thursday is when we will be talking about a particular data center. Today was just about getting this workshop, trying to get all the impact, try to do our best. Right now, having nothing does not protect the county. So we need to get something in on paper. So I thank everybody for coming and doing everything. Does the direction need a motion? Does anybody want to make the motion to?
Move
adding
move
things?
that staff has heard our recommendations and from the public, and that they come back with a new draft version based on the information they've been provided.
Second.
I'll go back to discussion. Does anybody have anything else that they wanted to add before we? Okay, we made a motion. We went to public comment. I have to do public comment on the motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And again, thank you to everybody for showing up. And I do want to state that a lot of people get frustrated with the 3-minute time limit, but everything that you write down, send in, email, we get all that information, we read it, and we take that into consideration too. So if you feel pressured at the 3 minutes, please just send us in the emails and we will get them all in our packet.
And we do have another public participation coming up.
Yes.
For public participation, later in this meeting.
Yeah, that item is closed. And so now we move on to commissioner comments, and I'll start off with Commissioner Huckabee.
Thank you very much to the staff for all the work they put in and what they're going to be putting in. I appreciate it. I will be on Zoom on Thursday since I'll be in North Dakota.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Thank you. Yeah, and just again, thank you to staff for putting in the time on this ordinance. Again, I think it's pretty comprehensive. I think we're really close. And I appreciate all the public comment today and what was sent in. And I think a lot of good stuff came of that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the final draft.
Commissioner Hendricks.
I'd like to also thank staff, but I'd also like to thank the public as well. Regardless of differing opinions, I think everyone today was very respectful, and I thank you for that.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Just over. Commissioner, like the record, Rob Jacobson, I just want to thank everybody for being here and sharing. I wish everything in life was easy, but it's not. So I do appreciate everybody's time, and I want to thank staff for all their time and energy for sure.
And again, I thank everybody that's shown up today. At least we get your information, we got it on record, and it helps us do our job. So thank you very much. Now we'll close commissioner comments and we'll open up for our last public comment. Is there any public comment?
Jimmy Shambo again. Thank you for this and thank you for your vote and sending it back to me refined. The one thing I would like to add is, which I have stressed before, in your reclamation bond, please do not allow them to have a bank letter of credit. We have seen the dismal failures with having that before in this valley and in this county. If they file bankruptcy and have a bank letter of credit, you have absolutely nothing. So, and obviously I don't agree with the setbacks, but thank you.
Next.
Hello, Rhonda Moore. I also don't agree with the setbacks, and we definitely need different regulation for the data centers because they pose more of an environmental issue than a standard factory business. I also think you should require dark sky red lights so it doesn't interfere with nighttime birds like we need our vampire bats. I think that's all. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Phyllis, let's get for the record. It's kind of a question comment. Hopefully it's legal issue. So is there a way that we can require written into the ordinance that EISs must be required even if it's private property? And I don't know if that is a legal block, but can we request it? Can it be done? Because we need environmental impacts on everything coming into our little community. Thanks.
Next.
Robin Biggs for the record. The noise, you're missing the point about the noise. It's the noise that you don't hear. It's like a dog whistle. The dogs hear it. No. Pull up your lip. It's going to interfere with the bat's ability to control the mosquitoes. And they're mammals. They're like us. They have to be protected. The first hour, the sunshine law rule was violated again today. No one's taking this stuff seriously. There has been some accommodations made. What the chair said out there, they're going to need those for Thursday. The big monitor there was an improvement, but there was no sound. So the first hour of the meeting was in violation of the sunshine rule. The rooftops, they're not, this is how tall they can do, but the rooftop equipment can be a lot taller. You know, again, the wildlife refuge that this is all on our neighbors to is federally funded to bring that in. That was a federal monies put that in, and so that noise and stuff can't be going on. I mean, it's like a 10-year radius, a 10-mile radius that it's going to affect the wildlife on the wildlife refuge. The it was also, it's federally funded. It was, Joe Lombardo is ignorant of that, the fact, the, Ducks Unlimited International, the local Ducks Unlimited, they established that. If you look at what the mission statement is, Ducks Unlimited and the International Ducks Unlimited, and if we could get them involved in this is not a go. And why do we have to do their homework for them? They should come in and do it and show that this is ready to go. They've met all those things. They're going to have the EP, they're going to have the stations to collect the pollutants in the air. They should say where they're going to be stationed at. Why are we having to ride herd on them? And it's going to change hands again? You know, when it's all up and running, doesn't it become NV Energy? All of these things, all the solar datas, and the big sleeper is the 3 open pit copper mines going in. That you know, encroaching on Pumpkin Hollow. No one's, and the a federal judge stopped the one that has to do with the Anaconda mine. They stopped it.
Thank you.
Leslie Sine. I apologize, but I just have to take advantage of there being people in the room. I invite everybody here from Mason Valley to Smith Valley on August 18th from 6 to 8 p.m. at our community hall, where Hudbay Minerals will be having an open house on the mining project that's in Smith Valley. My understanding is it will be an expanded version of what they've given to the Board of County Commissioners based on questions that people are submitting now. So with this project, you know, it's still in the very beginning phases. This is where we do have a chance to find out, you know, look at what are the impacts and what can be avoided, what can be minimized. And if it can't be that, what can be mitigated? So we welcome everybody to come to Smith Valley for that open house.
What time and where?
August 18th, 6 to 8 p.m. at the community hall on Highway 208, hosted by Hudbay Minerals and Leslie Sine representing Citizens to Protect Smith Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
And submit questions to that Hudbay.
I have a comment.
Good afternoon. Melanie McFalls, tribal chairman for the Walk River Paiute tribe. And I want to thank, you know, we have a few members here that have addressed their concerns. But I do want to ask, I came for a workshop. I need to become experienced and knowledgeable of data centers. And if you have been afforded the same, why wasn't it afforded to your community? If you had the same question and answer questions that these community members had, why weren't they afforded the same? I just wanted to make that comment. But also I do want to address Walk River Paiute tribe has opposed the construction of the Monarch Data Center. And I know that that was addressed at your last meeting. We will be back again for this Thursday's meeting. I believe that's Thursday the 6th, correct? So we will be here for that. But I just want you to know that based on our lawsuit also that we have won, that Marlene, she has addressed that to you guys, that we have fought for our water rights. And if you guys haven't put that in your rules or your regulations for data centers, we are downstream and we want to protect that and the plants and the animals and everyone in the area, because I believe you guys are right next to a wildlife preservation area, correct? So you guys might want to take a look at that too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Lori Tom for the record. I just want to make it clear that when you're going back and forth and you're discussing when these rules go in, that this application that's going to be reviewed on the 6th is going to be grandfathered in. We were told by the planning commission, they will not have to follow any of the rules that you guys just reviewed today. So I caution you, take the time, protect us all, protect our water, protect our animals, protect our way of life, and just put the skid brakes on, do a moratorium until we can get it all figured out. We're not all going to agree on everything, but at least let us get the science figured out and get the protections in place for all future generations of this valley and downstream. Thank you.
Next.
My name's Leo Slaughter. I'd like to go on the record. It is my understanding we we're here for this workshop for Copia Power, but is Copia Power exempt from the new data work center? I don't understand that. I thought we were, because this all is very important. It's a huge data center and they don't have to abide by any of the rules that we're gonna approve on Thursday. I know I can't ask you questions, but Thursday, we're gonna be approving this without any of this being in there. It doesn't make any sense. That we wanted to add all this stuff in there for the new data center. It's my understanding Copia Power hasn't been approved yet. And we're gonna approve it on Thursday without all this being included in here. That doesn't sound right. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Make one last try. And I will I will get to the online. I'm closing the room. Justina, yellow hair online.
Hello, Justina Yellow Hair. I just want to reiterate again that you guys have the opportunity to create this ordinance to protect the health of the public. One thing, the 300-foot setback, that's nothing. You do not want to be 300 feet away from these facilities and breathe in the toxic air that they're going to be emitting. One thing I do want to read about is my suggestions regarding the chemical safety, PFAS, and hazardous materials. The current ordinance does not provide enough protection for the chemicals that may be stored or used at the data centers. While it requires compliance with existing fire and environmental regulations, it does not require applicants to fully disclose what chemicals will be on site or establish clear local standards for storage, monitoring, spill prevention, or cleanup. You guys want these closed loop systems which use more chemicals. So at some point, these chemicals are going to leak. Recent research has identified several ways data centers may be associated with PFAS, which is a forever chemical, and other hazardous chemicals, including certain cooling fluids, fire suppression systems, semiconductor manufacturing, electrical equipment, and electronic waste. If these materials are released through spills, leaks, fires, or improper disposal, they can contaminate the soil and water and remain in the environment for many years or possibly forever. The county should require these risks to be addressed before projects are approved. I respectfully ask you to require a complete inventory of all hazardous chemicals before approval and updated annually, including chemical names, quantities, storage locations, safety data sheets, and PFAS content. Full disclosure of diesel, natural gas, transformer oils, refrigerants, coolants, fire suppression chemicals, batteries, solvents, water treatment chemicals, and any other hazardous material that will be stored on site. A safer alternative analysis and prohibition of intentionally added PFAS, which is forever chemicals, whenever safer alternatives are available. A strong local standards for storage tanks, secondary containment, leak detection, spill prevention, inspections, and emergency response. Baseline and ongoing monitoring of the soil, groundwater, stormwater, wastewater, and firewater for PFAS and other contaminants where appropriate. And financial assurance sufficient to investigate and fully clean up any contamination so taxpayers never are responsible for the cost of these cleanups. The county should not wait until contamination is discovered before deciding how it's going to be handled. These protections should be clearly written into the ordinance before any data centers.
Leah Wilkinson.
Hello, this is Leah Wilkinson one last time. There's no reason that Monarch Data Center can't be included in the data center ordinance unless somebody has promised them something prior to now. It wasn't completely approved. They haven't broken ground. I know it might be uncomfortable, but if you approve Monarch Data Center, they need to abide by the same rules as everyone else. They aren't approved yet. So please consider this.
Thank you. And that's the end of public comment. Okay, public comment is closed, and that brings us to adjournment. And
Looks like you got one more.
Meredith, you just squeaked in there, Meredith. Go ahead.
I would like to yield my time to Justina Yellowhair, please, for the record.
You don't yield time. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
Okay, now close it down and brings us number 8. It is 3:04 and we're adjourned. We have a closed session.